CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Did have teleport, so use that.
This is a big wave. He's actually going to go fight. This is a lot of minion damage, though.
Oh, no.
But that is a lot of straight up 1v1 damage. YSKM does not care about them.
Well, Leaky was set up, and as Baron starts here and starts going down quickly, this is where we could flip it all. Lil V has the Umbral Glaive, and so does Kongyue. They're running in. The vision, they know where it is. Uniboy flashes in immediately. Look at that ulti! Kongyue this time, Clement, I think it's fair to say that he got it. Look for the reset as hard of an Enzo denies it once again. This Calm Kench looking clutch as all of a sudden J-Team with limited windows, limited timers, limited moments, Clement. They get it right where it needs to be. Kongyue comes in clutch and
You know, it was
They're
a
on the
tough level one,
struggles.
but the hook lands. It's going to land onto Lil V as well. Oh my lord, they actually jump in onto Enzo. Enzo's going to be taken low, but they switch their target back over to Lil V. Lil V should get the first kill.
What?
Yes, it does, but the reset doesn't come fast enough. It does eventually go through, and now Lil V. The thing we highlighted, okay, Messi coming in on an angle, he's gonna look to go in, will be able to steal away the Kaiwing ultimate, and will be able to zone away Unified, but now Unified red-white, this is where you want to fight, and that's going to result in an easy triple for these hyper carries, and you hate to say it, but
does have to go for the Lord Domination regard here, so I have to say,
Hanabi. The knockup, they've got the shove, they're doing a lot of damage to him. There is going to be a little more defensively minded ult, and the rocket comes through. Wako getting the reset. The Gnar against the wall from Likai, a double kill.
The double knockback.
In the back, seismically. It doesn't matter that Corey stole the Gnar because he's got no more teammates left, and they are gonna get the ace.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the Waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege, I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the Draconic Shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a Draconic Shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are Draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major Dragonlands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we, are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know. Fire and dragons. Such a cliché. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn. They channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold? I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands, taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Did have teleport, so use that.
This is a
to
big
get
wave.
back into
He's
the game
actually
right
going to go
now.
fight. This is a lot of minion damage, though.
Oh, no.
But that is a lot of straight up 1v1 damage. YSKM does not care about the...
What Leaky was set up, and as Baron starts here and starts going down quickly, this is where we could flip it all. Lil B has the Umbral Glaive, and so does Kongyue. They're running in. The Vision, they know where it is. Uniboy flashes in immediately. Look at that ulti! Kongyue this time, Clement, I think it's fair to say that he got it. Look for the reset. It's hard of an Enzo denies it once again. This time, and looking clutch as all of a sudden J-Team with limited windows, limited timers, limited moments, Clement, they get it right where it needs to be. Kongyue comes in clutch and
you know, it was
They're
a
on
tough
the
level
struggle
one,
bus.
but the hook lands. It's going to land onto Lil V as well. Oh my lord. They actually jump in onto Enzo. Enzo's going to be taken low, but they switch their target back over to Lil V. Lil V should get the first kill.
What?
Yes, it does, but the reset doesn't come fast enough. It does eventually go through, and now Lil V. The thing we highlighted, okay, Nessie coming in on an angle. He's going to look to go in. Will be able to steal away the Kaiwing ultimate, and will be able to zone away Unified. But now Unified red-white, this is where you want to fight, and that's going to result in an easy triple for these hyper carries. And you hate to say it, but
Does have to go for the Lord Domination Guard here, so I have to say,
Okay, Hanabi. The knockup, they've got the shove, they're doing a lot of damage to him. There is going to be a little more defensively minded ult, and the rocket comes through. Wako getting the reset. The Gnar against the wall from Likai, a double kill.
The double knockback!
The back seismically. It doesn't matter that Gory stole the Gnar because he's got no more teammates left, and they are gonna get the ace.
I am the end of the world and the beginning of mine.
Like there's something else you're looking for. So do you miss my love? Just a bit of time until they get you. Just another reason that you won't be with me. Anything you take, yeah, you take, it's gonna break. can, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I'm taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back.
And welcome back, everybody, to another week here at the PCS Summer for 2022. We're moving into week 2. We're still in patch 12.11. Don't you forget it. Hi, everybody. I'm Pyrotechnics, and I'm joined on this broadcast by the one, the only Nightstar. Hey, buddy, how's it going? You ready to cast some League of Legends today?
Oh, I am so excited to get back into it as a color caster, because last week
You
was
flexed.
definitely it was a different experience.
It was, but you know what? We can get into all that, all the reminiscing, looking to go forward, but we got to talk about our wonderful sponsor first, CTBC Bank, always by our side. And yes, once again, for the summer split, also a big old shout out to our broadcast partners, of course, Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for making this whole thing possible. And Nightstar, we did see you on the play-by-play. Now we'll see you back at the color angle, and I am very, very excited to get back with you today because we had a week of some interesting action. A lot of teams really showing where they are to kick things off. Any big surprises stand out in your mind?
Big surprises. Definitely how PSG came out of the gates, right? Because we expected, hey, Gory, this is going to give a lot more upside to the squad, but we didn't expect them to show that upside until maybe week number 2 or 3, where they would have another week of practice and get things rolling with their synergy. Perhaps maybe even pick up more Mandarin in the case of Bury. But how they came out in week 1 was very, very impressive, even though they weren't 100%, but still a very strong show.
Yeah, and I almost feel like it's better for them to having taken a loss earlier, right? So as you alluded to it, not a perfect record. We'll take a look at our standings. Because at the top of the roost right now, it's actually Megabank Beyond Gaming and Taipei J-Team completely undefeated with a couple of games all together. CTBC Flying Oyster, Frank Esports, and PSG Talent are going to go right up after that. Then, of course, Deep Cross. Big surprise to see them at 1 and 2, considering what they did last split, joining Impunity Esports and Meta Falcon Team. And then, of course, winless still, Jewish Team and Sem9, who continue that loss streak oh so painful from spring. But there have been some things we've liked about this squad. So with all this, you talked about PSG being a big surprise. I feel like on the flip side, Deep Cross at 1 and 2, that seems like a shocker to me.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. Because Deep Cross, they were definitely one of our strong starters in the previous split. But it's been a completely different story here this time around, where they went 1 and 2 week number 1. That game 1 against J-Team was just so feel uncharacteristic because we see a lot of these engages coming out from ST, but unfortunately, he just wasn't able to team fight well overall. And if that's how things are going to go, Deep Cross are going to find themselves in a lot of trouble, at least at the start of this new meta, because it's all about these team fights.
Oh yeah, especially the big impactful ones that turn the games completely in their favor. The best teams have already found a lot of success through that angle, and I think you talked about PSG as a positive impact, and especially their mid laner, Gory, has been stepping up in the team fights as well, and it kind of goes to show why this team has decided to move on from Bey and Juhan. They've already had instantaneous results, and Gory is our player of the week with a very impressive scoreline, and clearly this man has not had any trouble with some of the new meta champions.
Yeah, the Corki, was a little bit of growing pains during right outside of the lane phase, ended up dying a couple of times. So once it got into the team fight portion, had some fantastic packages, fantastic rocket hits. So Gory, I think, really overperforming our expectations, at least coming into week number 1, as we can see here, coming in with the package. And I mean, this is just Corki things, which I'm so glad we got to see PCS finally picking it up. Maybe 2 or maybe 3 or 4 patches a little bit too late.
A whole split late, in my opinion. But yeah, that was nuts. But this Azir play was also completely popping off. I think we start to see in these team fights why Hysterix has been so excited to see the man come from LPL and join our league. He's really been standing out. It's another play against Deep Cross Gaming. Nestie's already dead, and oh boy, I think you might have to start considering banning Azir.
Yeah, the Azir was absolutely terrifying in that DCG game. And yes, DCG has had, a rough start to their schedule, but yet another big play coming in from Gory in this particular game. Even though they did lose, you just see Gory time and time again would hit multi-man Gnar ults with this Sylas pickup. And it was just so impactful, and it felt like the impact should have carried them over the line, but unfortunately the last fight doesn't go well and they ended up falling short.
Yeah, I think unlike their previous mid laner, Bey, there's very clearly like a huge team fight upside to Gory, and this meta certainly has been enabling him. No knock against Bey and Juhan. I think they did quite well, and for a mid jungle duo to make it in MSI as well feels good for them. But clearly they've decided to go this direction. Gory, already having some experience on Mandarin speaking rosters, has shown up pretty impressively to kick things off and wins our Player of the Week award. Honestly, what a great start for them. And even when they are sitting at 2-1, I think there's a lot to like in the PSG camp after the first week of play.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to see today's set of games. There are a couple that we might dismiss, but also a lot of litmus tests
we said that last week
down this list.
Yeah, I think one thing that this meta has shown us is that we can never be too careful when it comes to some of our matchups. But you're right, there are a couple of very, very lopsided ones. I'm definitely looking in the middle there at Megabank Beyond Gaming and Doish Team, PSG Talon and Sem9. Those are kind of the titans versus the team still in the hunt for a win. But at the same time, CFO versus Impunity is going to be up first. And that one, I think, has the potential to be quite exciting because last split, it was a very, very different story. But this time around, I think we've seen some clear weaknesses on the CFO side. I think we've seen a lot to like from this new revamped Impunity roster. And I think this is a good road test for seeing if they're the real deal. Let's go ahead, though, and take a look at CFO to start things off. It will be Rest in the top side, Gemini at jungle, Mission in the mid, Atlan still in bot lane, and Koala still at support. So I think the big surprise for me, Nightstar, is that Atlan continues to start despite Shun's shockingly impressive performance at the end of summer, or spring, I should say.
Yeah, definitely really stunning to see that Atlan is remains in that bot lane. I'm not sure if Shun's just not performing well in scrims. Maybe he just doesn't get along as well, right? Because Atlan has, of course, known these guys for a long time. So certainly on a personal level, and perhaps that might be the synergy that they want to see, especially when this meta is all about the team fights, right? So
yeah, comfort's important.
Yes, comfort definitely going to be an important one, but because of that, they don't have really a win condition down in that bot lane. Rest, I feel like, needs to step up with his champion pools, because right now, a lot of the draft capital is being put into solo lanes, right? You'll pick your dual lane, and then you'll pick your jungler, making sure that you don't like lose your jungler in the phase 2 bans, and then it's just all about these solo lane flex and being able to maximize what you can milk out of these solo lanes. And Rest, just, it feels like he hasn't gotten enough out of it.
You're right. We'll have to see if they mix things up today. But for Impunity, speaking of mixing things up, they've made count them, 3 substitutions. ICU still at top lane. Alex is still in the jungle, but Husky will get his chance to start here, as will Onyx. And yes, that is On. You might remember that player quite far back in the day. If you look in the annals of the PCS, we don't need to talk about the Alpha Esports days. And of course, Winnie is going to be starting once again, as they've been swapping around with Nature. So yeah, I mean, this is exciting to see. It was kind of a question I wanted to see if On was going to get much of a start over LZ, but he clearly is, and Husky's jumping in as well. So Impunity tooling around with the roster.
Yeah, and I mean, from a roster standpoint, I like the move. But as you can kind of see here, it doesn't show On's cam, so I would assume that he's not in the team house, and that might have been why they were starting LZ, right? Where LZ is in the house, able to communicate with the teammates. But of course, our highlight has to be up in this top lane. Rest taking on ICU, both very, very lauded players, and especially for Impunity, when they have LZ in that bottom lane, you fully expect resources to be poured into ICU to get him ahead, and then for it to pay off. And he's had somewhat mixed results with that.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of the issue. And you talked about how we wanted to see Rest step up. If you just look at these stats, it does seem like he is far and away outclassing ICU. I do want to point, I think not putting the kill participation in this may do ICU a little bit dirty here. That's a guy that's involved in like 2/3 of the team's kills for Impunity thus far, considering he was known as like a solo carry player. But we'll have to see if things change coming into this game. Still in patch 12.11 as we get up into the pick band. CFO on the blue side, Impunity on the red. Gangplank, Wukong banned away by them, and the Ari Diana banned by CFO.
Yeah, very interesting that we see a Diana ban coming out by the side of CFO, perhaps really wanting to focus on the jungle, but they really want to tunnel in onto this jungle matchup for some reason, because they've gone for a Viego ban on top of it. Usually you'll either have Viego or Wukong up available for that first pick, but CFO, they've decided that they want none of these junglers up available. So I'm interested in seeing what the jungle pool will look at, and it definitely emphasizes the priority on junglers in this first phase.
For sure, and I think when you have that many hits, we start to see these champions that were a little bit more spring split coming back into vogue. A little bit of a hover
the
through,
Zeri,
but with Zeri being let through for Atlan, that seems like a mistake on the Impunity side.
Well, this is the ultimate test, right? Because we talk about Atlan not being a hard carry. Well, Zeri is probably one of the biggest carries on this patch. Remember, it's still 12-11. So Atlan gets this champion into his hands. He has to really showcase that he deserves this spot. And for Impunity, the pivot to go straight towards the Nautilus is really just to find point-and-click CC for a champion that is incredibly mobile in this area.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. And leaving Lee Sin up for Gemini also is something that I think you have to consider. They obviously threw a lot of bans out on CFO side, but only the Wukong banned out. Lee Sin's still a champion that can set you up for success very, very early on. And they are looking to match the support front line, potentially with the Braum here. That is something that does well against a Jinx. Can stop a fair bit of the damage with the Unbreakable.
Definitely a little bit interesting because it doesn't necessarily have the best synergy with Zeri, but certainly something defensive that'll try and protect the Zeri during the lane phase. And you can also proc, of course, the Qs with that Braum passive. Now for Impunity, what do they go out and round things out with? Usually you go for a jungler here, but if you go for a solo lane, it does enable you to go ahead double ban against your opponent. And with the blind pick Gnar, I would assume we probably see a Gwen ban and maybe even a Fiora ban.
Yeah, Rest, I think, identifying him as a point of attack does seem to make a lot of sense considering we haven't seen as much as we expect from him. It's actually a Jace ban. So they're trying to just give ICU good matchups here. I'm curious if this is something they've seen off in scrims or if this is just what they suspect is going to be the Rest pick.
Yeah, Jace, one of those picks that classically did very well into the Gnar. The issue is we haven't seen a ton of Jace on this patch because, again, you just don't... It doesn't feel like you hit as hard and you need to get a lot more out of the lane phase. And for CFO, they'll go ahead ban away the Sylas pick here, which I would say would have been a really good pick for them because you can go ahead steal away the Gnar ultimate and just use it better than Gnar.
Yeah, no, it's curious that they're kind of flip-flopping a little bit around, and also the Syndra ban, very clearly Impunity giving a lot of respect to Mission. I almost feel like that's a bit of a mistake because the Syndra is more of a burst mage, right? You want to try and get the late game going, especially to pair up with the Zeri. Feels a little weird. Also, Poppy banned away.
Okay, Poppy. So they don't go ahead double ban junglers, which is what I would expect to see when you've already focused 2 bans early on towards that jungle position, and we're going to get Taliyah. So Taliyah does have the ability to flex in both jungle and mid lane, which I think is a great pickup here for Impunity because it leaves your last pick still open for interpretation here. Perhaps you go for something like a Kiana if you really wanted to change things up here, but for CFO, they lock in the Zeri Corki backline, which is a lot of range. So for Impunity, I'm looking for something with a lot of force potential that's able to get onto the backline very easily, or if they go and lock in something like an Ornn, maybe something that can match that range.
So we'll have to see here. And Sejuani, Corki, final lock-ins for CFO, so Mission going to be taking his first go on the Corkster. It's a champion that in the late game can become quite terrifying, does pair well up with the Zeri, and ooh la la. What is that hover right now? We have seen Taliyah flex into the jungle before. Now,
Okay.
All right. We
Okay.
got a Yone pickup. Let's go.
All right, we get a Yone into the mid lane. Again, like, I love the Taliyah pick on 4 because it left things open-ended for you on this last pick. You can move the Taliyah into the mid lane, or you can move it into the jungle, and they opted to move it into the jungle. Has a solid matchup into the Lee Sin, of course, because Lee Sin can struggle to get onto the Taliyah due to the Unraveled Earth. So I like this move. The Yone also can be a bit of a lane bully in lane against something like a Corki who doesn't offer a whole lot of lane power. So overall, Impunity, I was a little bit concerned by how they kind of went through the bans, but I think they ended up saving it to a certain degree with the last 2 picks.
Oh, excuse me. I was quiet for a second. My bad. Apologies on that for everybody. But yeah, what I was saying, I'm excited to see the Yone coming back into the pool. And also, as we hit the Rift Nightstar, I'm very excited to see the return of both Husky and Onyx. Husky, having not been on this stage since spring 2021, the playoffs, where he lost against Machi, and he was wearing a Beyond Gaming jersey. For Onyx, we haven't seen him since last summer, when he was on Alpha Esports. So, it is the return of some of our more experienced players in Onyx's regard. Very experienced, if you remember the HQ days.
Yeah, and the trademark champion during his AHQ days was, nice little damage on ICU,
Jinx.
but should be fine. Was of course the Jinx when he went to Worlds with AHQ. He was the big win condition. Get this Jinx ahead, let On do work. So perhaps that will be the case yet again in this game where he's able to get some resources. But when you look at these lanes, of course, you've got very strong lanes in the Yone and this Gnar. I expect to see Alex try and play around these two lanes in particular early on. And then, it's about Winnie being able to roam around and help force onto these lanes as well, because it's difficult to force anything down in bot lane against a Braum lane.
Yeah, it does feel like both these bot lanes have kind of effectively said, all right, we don't want the junglers to get involved. So what are we going to see out of Gemini and Alex at this point? Is it going to be trying to snowball on mid? Is that the win condition up against Mission, who is a very strong player, but he's on a Corki that we have seen can get taken down a peg or two in the early game?
Yeah, the big thing from this Impunity draft is they do need to be a little bit more forceful. Not necessarily early on. Okay, we see a level 2.
That's forceful.
Again, it's a Braum lane, so in the end, he throws up the door and kind of slams it on your toes. Yeah, exactly. Gemini needs to be the one to try and get something done pre-6, but once 6 does come around, I think Alex really becomes really lethal. So I like this move coming in from Gemini, try and invade towards this red buff, steal it away, at least slow down Alex, and it does look like Alex isn't really aware of this move.
Yeah, it's going to be a spite fight. Now he sees it coming. Okay, there's the kickback, and totally denies it. Mission, though, looking to join as well. Alex actually turned away. This is nice moves from Gemini. Barely gets punished, although he does get shoved by the Taliyah. So it really doesn't get punished too heavily for it. And now it's going to force Alex into a bit of a rough situation. No red to take.
Yeah, that will help slow things down. And now perhaps setting up for a top lane dive. Sejuani, of course, a little bit tankier and does pack a decent amount of damage. So going for this trade actually makes a lot of sense. Make sure he can't crash the lane. And now here we go.
Oh, really good connect from Gemini. Oh, into the first blood. He was not fooled at all. Did have to burn his flash, as Rest did set things up with the Ignite. Earns the assist on that one. And Alex going to try to make something happen down bottom, but it's just Krug time. So CFO coming out the gates swinging.
Yeah, and that was a nice play coming in from CFO. At the same time, ICU, knowing that the Lee Sin was going to be topside, doesn't exactly respect it. Isn't able to try and cut the wave off to prevent the wave from crashing, and also just doesn't decide to back off. So kind of caught in no man's land of decision making, and does cost them quite a bit.
See, as that replay was rolling, there was a little bit of action down bot, but as you said before, all it takes is the Braum shutting the door. However, there was a heal and a flash burned on that bottom side in exchange for just Winnie's Ignite. So Impunity actually winning out a bit better on the bot. Onyx coming up with a pretty sizable CS lead, although with the wave crashing and the minion demat, it's not that big of an issue.
Yeah, and when it comes to Zeri, you don't really pick Zeri for her laning prowess, right? Just because she has pretty low damage in the lane phase. The big thing is, of course, the team fight presence. And when we talk about, hey, if we're going to be playing Atlan over Xun, it's because we have a belief in what he's able to perhaps bring in these team fights over just winning lane and snowballing off of that as, a win condition point. So as the game moves forward, that is going to be a massive focus here, having Atlan in the roster.
Yeah, it does change quite a bit of the calculus for the Flying Oyster side, right? Because Xun, I think, really wowed everybody with just the pop-off potential. And this was the meta when it was, it was Jinx Aphelios. Occasionally, if you could get your hands on a Zeri, great. And yes, I realize there's a Jinx in this game. It's still around. But there's a lot more options at the AD carry role. And the team fighting was Atlan's specialty. It definitely was a point of reliability. And he talked about how this is a team that they understand each other well. They played together for a while. Atlan was a part of the inbuilt team synergy. So it doesn't entirely surprise me that that level of trust is there.
Oh,
They
great
rely on him
gank
as Gemini
angle.
returns to the scene of the crime. ICU's pushed up without vision.
I think they're looking for
dangerous.
6. Yep.
Yeah,
There it
he
is.
doesn't have mana. Okay, trying to stop him. Waiting for it. There goes the Ice Bola, but it's a flash burned by ICU. Still, though, very, very good without having to burn any of their own summoner spells.
Yeah, but I like this cross map move coming in from Impunity though, right? Because of the fact that you know that jungler's up top side and you have bot lane wave priority, you're just going to be able to capture this first dragon. So nice little start here for Impunity as far as objective goes, even if the laning hasn't been great when it comes to top half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, ICU may have been shut down a little bit here, and that may be a rough go for him for a while now. But right now, Dragon, solid start with that first Ocean that they've been able to pick up. Alex has been power farming, actually hit level 5 before Gemini off the back of it, even though he got set behind early. And now Winnie going through the darkness here to try and just get back to bottom lane, but nobody was really around to try and punish that rotation. I was wondering where he was going after that Dragon take.
Now, definitely threw a look towards that mid lane, but of course, with the position, it's a little bit hard to gank for the Yone. But on the return end, we actually see Rest making his way over into the mid lane because he's on a bit of a roam timer. So now Husky is kind of in the upcoming couple of minutes is perhaps going to struggle a bit because the Sejuani is able to get shove against a Gnar, which usually you wouldn't say, but because of how set behind ICU has been, he's going to be struggling in that department.
Yeah, it will be. And Mission's been able to build a decent lead over his opposite number as well. Very quiet mid lane. I did think that there was a possibility that Impunity were going to try to snowball on that, but identifying Gemini stopping Alex from getting a red focus hasn't really been able to do much as they go again into the red pit. Alex, if he sniffs this out, it's a 1v2. Even if he could do something about it, would have to try for the smite takeaway as ICU already in Mega Gnar form, but he's running out of time. This is a little tense. He walks into it, face checks, gets kicked in, and Gemini takes him out. Meanwhile, the timing couldn't be worse for ICU here as he comes in just in time to watch his support die, or excuse me, jungler, and for a double kill, Gemini with Rest cleaning house.
Oh, that was just so poorly executed coming in from both ends. Both the jungler and the top laner. ICU gets Mega Gnar. By the time he gets there, though, Mega Gnar is already gone. So he's back to Mini. And then Alex, I feel like trying to get an angle of or trying to shoot them into the Mega Gnar, goes forward and face checks the bush rather than try and play with range. And that could be because he maybe forgot that he didn't have a ward trinket, and maybe that he wanted to put a ward trinket into that bush, but he gets caught out, he dies, and ICU is just free food afterwards. So him dying,
he knew this was happening. He knew at least one person was in there. Oh my goodness.
I don't know. Maybe he thought it was just Rest in there because he saw Rest coming in from top side. Was like, Gemini can't be here. But surprise, surprise, Lee Sin's also there. And that's really a big moment there because now Alex doesn't have as much tempo as he would have. But now collapse onto Koala.
They do find Koala. A lot of damage gets negated by that Unbreakable. He does burn Flash to get the heck out of dodge. But yeah, you were talking about a big power window. I mean, Gemini got a sub 10-minute Gore Drinker off of that play. This is going to be a rough ride if you're Impunity right now. They're down almost 3,000 gold, and it doesn't really matter if Onyx is able to shove around. Allen doesn't really care, and they're actually going to roam into the Talia jungle with him and Koala. Nothing much for Alex to take here, but it's not safe. Here comes Gemini with the double buffs, and Flash already burned.
Flash for ult. Is definitely worthwhile for the CFO, and now maybe a 3v3 here.
Okay, Winnie wanted something here. Let's see if they can actually take it. Gemini doesn't have the double buffs, but they were clearly looking for an opener to set up with Rift Herald that was taken off the back of it. Don't really find the angle they're looking for as the Weaver's Wall just knocks Koala closer to his own tower. Even Husky wanted a piece of that, but nothing doing.
Yeah, it was definitely a good attempt there. If they were able to actually split one of those two players away from the other, that would have been great. But as a result, it's just going to be a bit of an exchange of ultimates. Okay,
Husky. Okay,
that's a
all right.
good all-in.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it wasn't all in because he did back out, but you know, close enough. Good trade. Now here comes the Sejuani. Gemini on the opposite side too, looking for a pincer. Husky. Oh, easy dodge.
Read.
That was nicely done by Husky. Made that look oh so easy. But here comes Rift Herald. Summoned in the mid lane. Husky, no wave left. Dodges the Sonic Wave as well. And even finds extra damage on Mission.
Oh,
and Shelly goes in. Oh boy, they got the package Valk out of Mission as well. And Husky playing on the edge, but decent denial.
Unfortunately, he goes aggressive there to try and deny Mission those two plates, but now Winnie collapsing, teleport coming in from Husky too.
Yeah, this is the chance to pick some gold back up for Alex. Rocket gonna fly a little
Gore
farther forward.
Drinker.
No, Gemini! He's gonna get the outplay on the Gore Drinker, and now on an escape route, can he get away with murder? Into the hop,
here.
Skip, jump, dodge, no, taking damage, doesn't matter, blast thrown away, and Gemini is turning up.
Gemini making some big plays with this Lee Sin. We've seen in the previous other games, it was really just the Mission win condition, right? On the game where he was playing Galio, he was literally doing the jungler's work. Gemini did literally nothing besides farming camps until he hit level 6 on Viego, but this time around it's a completely different story. Misses the Q, but he just has so many battle stats because he already has the completed Gore Drinker. Goes in, plenty of damage as well with the Gore Drinker, and Taliyah just doesn't necessarily have as good of a 1v1 potential, especially when behind on items.
God, look at that juke. Gemini, yeah, he takes a lot of damage here, but by this point, he's full on out. And Atlan Koala cover him. They managed to get the Dragon off that, so it cuts Impunity's Drake stack. And the gold lead just keeps on swelling, Nightstar. It's 4,000 at 13 minutes now. And yeah, Gemini's had the lion's share of that, but he has made it count.
Absolutely. CFO, very, very powerful position. Rest continuing to make these roams, and it all stems from the fact that ICU, that lane just kind of snowballed out of control after that first death. And these are the consequences. Now, Alex has pretty much only been stuck on half of the map. He hasn't been able to go back up top lane because every time he does, he just loses another red buff.
Yeah, Gemini has not allowed him, I think, hardly. I haven't kept track perfectly. I feel like he's denied him every red buff this game. And now they're going to get a dive onto Husky, flash into kick. He does burn his own.
Okay.
All right, Husky does stay alive for now. Nicely done. I mean, that's what you got to do at this point. As the Jinx gets knocked up, Onyx exhausted, Flash cleansed to get out of danger after he tanked everything, and the lightning crash from the Zeri really zones him out of this fight a bit. Now, Mission, speaking of zoning, Husky already gone, Gemini going to join him, and this should be first brick in mid. And the dive down bot is being sniffed at, even in a 2v2, but they're not going to take it. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. That's the chance to get some gold back, but they hop it, and Koala taxi cabs his way over to freedom. Impunity are denied yet again.
It does burn both flashes, so that's at least a small consolation for the side of Impunity, but they just haven't been able to find plays. They've been looking and fishing for them, but the timing windows just aren't fast enough. They haven't been rapid enough, I should say, where you're burning a flash and you're immediately coming back to punish it. By the time they come back, the flash is already back up. In ICU, this is... that is a terrible situation.
Yeah, I think CFO they've not only read the map, they've read the timers on everything from dragons and heralds and red buffs to Narbars. ICU going to get his back, but it's a little too little, little too late. And man, what a difference this game has been. CFO, I think we were worried coming into today because it seemed like this squad didn't quite have the read on the meta that we would have thought with so much time on 12.11, but clearly, when given the right tools to succeed, they're doing exactly what they need to. Mission, he's just been farming up. He's got a 30 CS lead over Husky at this point, and everybody else is just killing it.
Yeah, and again, that comes indirectly because of the top lane pressure, right? Because now you're having to deal with Rest roaming down into the mid lane. You also know where Alex is at all times, pretty much, because whenever he goes top lane, well, you know he's not top lane because Gemini's taking his red buff, so he can't be top side. So all you have to do is hug top half of your lane, and you should be safe and pretty much impervious from all gank angles. So things really snowballing, careening out of control, you could say. And ironically, it's coming in from this top side, which usually we would say, hey, top lane's an island. Doesn't matter what happens top lane because only the rest of the map matters. But here it has been the impact from top side.
Oh yeah, Rest has been able to do quite a lot with what ICU and Gemini has given him. As there is a good dodge out, and the Rest is like, all right, you know, never going to shy away from a chance to meme anyone, even yourself. As Husky down bottom looking for the play. Winnie's here, and so is Alex. Can they close the gap? They do manage to grab Koala into Glacial Fissure. He goes taking a lot of damage. But it's Atlan to turn it. This is a 2v3 Night Star. Look at the zooms coming in.
The package.
Mission in the package. Got a special delivery to make right here, courtesy of
on the way.
Flying Oyster. But big old shutdown as not only Husky picking up the kill, but through the back line, everybody's coming in the party.
Where'd he come from?
And the back is Rest, but the team's gone. What's going on here? Onyx trying to stay alive, limping away, but he goes fall.
Oh my god.
On the Ignite, Rest getting the 1v2 to finish the job, but wait, when he baits him out, and Gemini will finish the job free as you like. What just happened?
Oh my lord. That was a play and a half. Impunity finally find somewhat of a good fight, and even that isn't enough to actually get a winning edge. Yes, it's still worthwhile for them because they're able to trade evenly and they're able to get gold onto the carry members. We get to see the replay as it starts out. Winnie lands the hook, but again, all their cooldowns being invested onto Koala, onto this Braum. Said before, you try and engage on a Braum, he kind of slams the door shut and you stub your toe. That's exactly what happens there. They just don't do enough. And that gives them enough time for Mission to make his way down. However, unfortunately for them, Annex is able to come in and sweep up some of these kills, and then Rest TPs in onto that Raptor Ward, makes his long way around, and he's able to mop up some way, somehow.
Yeah, leaves the kill. I think at this point he realizes, okay, I could chase for it, I'll probably die. Whatever, Gemini's got this, and he just finishes the job. That was a turn of events. I mean, the moment Rest comes in, it's like, oh, wow, where did you even come from? The Raptor Ward. And now we're right back into it here. 18.5 minutes.
Meganar.
That Impunity realize they have a timing window to work with. Meganar still
on
up.
Koala.
It's a one-man knock, though. It only hits Koala. They can't quite turn through the health bar, but maybe they can shut down Gemini. He hops away from danger. And finally, someone on Impunity gets a red buff, but it's Husky. Gemini going in. Finally will die. That's the shutdown for Husky.
That's
they have the opportunity here. Atlan going to get kicked into oblivion. And Mission was not with the team. Impunity getting 2, but they do lose Alex, so it's not the cleanest trade. Still, you'll take this at a deficit.
Yeah, at long last, they're able to get a positive trade. Even that last one was a one-man trade down. But here they're able to trade up on one member. And more importantly, they're able to get the shutdown on the Lee Sin. So that's a heck of a lot more gold into their pockets. Alex hasn't had a great game, but again, a lot of the tunneling, he's been denied a lot of his red buffs, just this top half of the map in general. So at long last, we're going to be able to see them get the red buff, but once more, it just seems it's an overforce, right? We've dumped all of our CC, all of our ultimates into a Braum, and he just stuffs it by throwing up the door. But Gemini, he overextends himself just a little bit. Of course, he was strong, but he is a level down, so he doesn't have the rank 2 ultimate, which would have contributed a lot more damage. And Impunity, long last, make a stand, but isn't it enough? They're still just losing so much.
Yeah, they've still got a significant amount of gold. You got another Shelly charging through right now. They want to try to cut it down before that charge does happen again, and they do. But yeah, there is some silver linings here. Husky starting to feel himself a little bit, and one of those things you can do on a Yone is go in without quite as much fear of reprisal. Shutdown Gold was massive as he was getting incredibly out-farmed this game and just didn't have a lot to do, but now we're starting to see the Yone come online, so keep an eye out for those massively impactful Fate Sealed if they can bunch them up. Onyx can pepper them with rockets. You have the tools to make this team fighting comp work, but you're gonna need to climb out of the gold hole.
Yeah, and not just climb out of the gold hole. They have to be very decisive with their engages, right? Because you can't let the fight setup go for too long. We have a minute and a half until the next dragon, and when you look at up and down the gold gap is pretty large, especially in these solo lanes. And interestingly enough, it's going to be a bit of a tank Yone build, right? It's not the full crit that we would expect to see. As the kick gets used onto a Nautilus, I'm not sure if that was very useful. It seems to be very similar to how they've burned a lot on the Impunity end on trying to get the Koala kill. And it's about the same way when
Ult's on cooldown.
Exactly.
A little bit weird, but I think Gemini Gemini's maybe feeling himself a little bit. He has had a very, very good game with some exceptions, and they will get the seismic shove onto Koala, who once again stuffs a fair bit of the damage, but
Mega.
I don't know, even Brahm's got limits. Now you got the Mega Gnar on the run.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Denied by the Glacial Prison. And Rest is able to even dash the wall on this one. You can see Impunity are looking for it, but they're always just chasing CFO out of their own zone.
Winnie!
This time goes in and they bring Husky to the party. The rocket comes through to shred some health bars. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Koala and Atlan gonna get locked up and nowhere to go over that wall. Even with the Corki taking the tower, that's 2 quick kills, and now Impunity heading for Baron.
I don't know if they should look for the Baron here because Dragon's still definitely a big priority, but they're going to try and invest their time in snagging themselves that extra gold, which will help them considerably. But at the same time, CFO, they should just look to take this Dragon right off the spawn. Perhaps Impunity want to go contest Dragon right afterwards, but here's the fight.
They've got actually one catch on the Rest, a little bit of a dirty one as it knocked him away from some of the CC, I should say there, but it doesn't matter. They still get the shutdown. Peeling off the Baron.
The package.
The objective package is up. You got to be careful. Respect that on the Corki. Even in a 5v4, you're still down a lot of gold. They are making a beeline for the Drake. That shreds a lot faster.
Inferno Drake now up and available. How do they set up for this? ICU doesn't have a Gnar bar to play around with. That's going to be concerning. They can look to teamfight on the side of CFO.
They are going for it, looking for Gemini, although in and out goes Husky. They're actually splitting their focus, and that's going to do them in right now. Okay. As Atlan falls, Winnie falls. It's a 4v3, and CFO just stuffing Impunity, pushing them away. I mean, I get that blue buff, but it does not matter. They've got 3 dragons in the pocket and push. Oh, now they go for the Baron themselves.
Yeah, now they can look to go for this Baron take here. Rest, of course, extremely tanky, so he's going to be able to tank all that damage. You also have that Braum if need be, but this should be a very easy Baron secure for the side of CFO. Alex wants to try and go for a contest. They're even pulling a teleport, but it's just too little too late.
Yeah, Koala was already body blocking for everything. I mean, the best chance there was maybe a Hail Mary Jinx rocket, but it just wasn't going to happen. And Impunity, I think they tried to have their cake and eat it too in this team fight. This was the start of everything, and it was actually a Winnie opener. It was
pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. You get the catch onto Atlan. You also get the catch onto Koala this time around. Didn't have the door up fast enough off of cooldown, but they make their way all the way up towards the Baron, which they got kills at Baron too. The issue was the fact that they weren't able to fully transition it into the Dragon because of the extra package. So yep, the package playing massive dividends, and this is why Corki, even though, like, remember, he was a lot stronger last split.
When he wasn't played.
Yeah, exactly. And PCS just didn't pick it up. This is why it's been such a powerful pick, because even with harder package timings, he just has so much impact with that.
You're right. Scales up quite well. And the gold lead still pretty heavy in favor of Flying Oyster. About 8,000 ahead here at 25.5 minutes. And Impunity trying to stave off this Baron push. Rest goes up, dodging is ICU, but it's a dangerous maneuver. There goes the ultimate. And they're going to bring the Weaver's Wall down. It actually gets stuffed by Braum. That's another thing you can do with the Unbreakable. You even stop Talia's ultimate.
Yeah, the door comes multi-purpose, and now Impunity. This is definitely a tough part of the game for them because they don't have great wave clear. It's really all on Alex, and doesn't have that much at this point. Gemini on the side. Husky also not the highest damage dealer with this build.
Just yet. No Corki package, but they're still able to pepper them with poke. And,
still
look at Winnie, just, oh boy. Not the tankiest Nautilus at this point, so I think this is going to be the long siege. CFO should be able to finish the tower off from here. That is 6 towers unanswered by Impunity. Keep in mind how much of the gold game is just sitting in those objectives.
Yeah, a lot of gold coming through from the objective difference, and now Impunity, they really need to find a way to make a stand here, and that's going to come down to Nautilus hitting a hook.
Now they're going to try one onto the Braum. Will it be enough? Excuse me, it was onto Rest the Sejuani that he couldn't stop that one, and they will take him down, but unfortunately their base is in shambles right now with Gemini just free hitting on the tower. This Lee Sin has to be answered, so they can't really do much off the back of that, and even though Rest dies, they still lose out another tower.
Yeah, it's still overall a win for the side of CFO, but at the very least, Impunity find some way to get gold out of that poor situation. Regardless, they were going to lose in Inhib Tower somewhere because of the fact that CFO can afford to play multiple lanes and Impunity cannot. They just don't have the wave clear to do so. So they just go ahead, pull the trigger onto someone and anyone, and it ends up paying off. So it's not the worst of trades, but now you're seeing why Impunity's composition, while really strong in the mid game, does really slow down towards the later portions of the game, especially with this more bruiser build coming in from the Yone rather than the full crit, where you have high pop-up potential, but if you ever get picked off, you pop like a balloon too.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough, right? And I feel like at this point you're kind of putting all your cards into Onyx and just waiting for that 3-item Jinx to become a thing. The issue is, Atlan is on Zeri, and a 3-item Zeri also pretty terrifying. Mission's going to scale into Oblivion, so as you said, this comp, certainly felt better in the mid-game, especially by comparison. If they get a few picks, Gemini realized there were a lot of Impunity members setting up a Death Brush. Not going to make the same mistake he's done before. But this Dragon fight, very important. Teleport being expended by the Corki to come into the picture, as this is soul point for Flying Oyster. If they secure it, it feels like it's lights out. This is going to be started. Objective bounty could be claimed here, but here comes CFO down the line. It's going to get taken away. Gemini with the wraparound, and they get the flank, and they move in on the Corki rocket as they pincer the rest of Impunity everywhere. Husky and Onyx make their escape, but it just doesn't matter as everyone else falls, and Atlan is on the hunt. Husky tried to save the life of his bot laner, but it's not going to matter. There's the wipe. There's the game. Into the base they go. Lights out for CFO.
And easy does it for the Flying Oysters. They mop up that team fight, and it's just an easy game from there. Yes, Impunity were able to snag up the dragon, which they needed to do, but unfortunately, they just didn't have the positioning, and CFO just took the big old wallet and slapped it right across their face.
Yeah, they didn't need to contest on the dragon because they were able to just take the fight. 16 kills to 9 is the final count. A big old gold differential, and CFO had Impunity's number from the get-go. That man in the jungle, Gemini, certainly showed up huge today, and the rest of the team were able to follow suit.
Gemini, definitely a clear winner for MVP on this game. And for the side of Impunity, things really fell apart at the start, right? Because Talia, very much a tempo jungler, even though you would say she does scale better than something like a Lee Sin would. But after a certain point, and you just can't one-tap the Lee Sin because he has Gore Drinker, then you have a lot of issues. And they just weren't able to get any map pressure because theoretically it should have come through the mid jungle, especially against a Corki that's, not exactly great at laning, and you should be able to find opportunities to get 2v2 or 2v1 kill in that mid lane.
It definitely felt like CFO understood Impunity's win condition better than they did, because they had their number from the beginning. They made so many good plays to deny not only the Taliyah, but also the Gnar. So ICU didn't really get to pop off. And then, I mean, at this point, if you're Onyx, it feels bad because you didn't really lose your lane. You did okay, but you're just getting hit too hard. This was the end of the game, but it was already over. Rest, I feel like that teleport was unnecessary, but it was styling, so I'll give it to him.
It was really just to prove a point, right? That Impunity are definitely not ready to take on the big dogs. So Impunity, unfortunate loss for them, but you could kind of say expected result, but the way it happened was definitely disappointing. So especially in that last fight, the fight never had a chance, right? He knows that there's a package available. If he leaves himself exposed, then he's just going to get jumped on by the package. So he puts himself away from the team, but because of that, he's just split from the team with that package. So maybe he got one auto off, but for the most part, it was just doomed all around because of what CFO had in their pockets.
Flying Oyster built themselves a really good comp, and I think this is where we're starting to see them understanding not only the meta we have here on 12.11 in the PCS, but also just how important it is to build for a solid team fight, to set yourself up for success early on, because it is those 20 to 30 minutes that matter so much more when you're getting into the 5v5s. And Gemini just popped off early, denied so much, gave Rest such an edge on the Sejuani, and very importantly, denied ICU the opportunity. We saw very few impactful Gnar plays, most of which were off the back of just kind of an over-invade, over-pushing by Flying Oyster. And that's honestly my only note for this game for them, is they just got a little too cocky and just, a little bit of ego feeding here and then, but it didn't matter because they were so far ahead. And this is the CFO I think we expected to see, the CFO that took PSG Talon to 5 games in the finals and knocked them out of the winner's bracket in spring. It may not be Shun, but Atlan has definitely proven that he meshes well with this team, and I think their faith in him has been rewarded. But their faith in Mission and Gemini certainly was never in doubt, and I think they stepped up pretty big this game too.
Absolutely. And another thing is just the fact that you just can't leave Zeri up. This champion is just too broken. After a certain point in the game, she just runs away with it. And I understand the idea from the Impunity draft, right? We're just going to attack in the 15 to 25 minute mark where we have mid-game pressure, but unfortunately they didn't have early game pressure and they didn't have late game pressure. So they lost both halves of the scaling, and it was just that middle chunk that they were supposed to try and get something done, and they couldn't find anything.
Yeah, now that being said, I think Impunity will have other chances to prove themselves. This was a bit of a litmus test to see if they were ready, as you said, to tangle with the top dogs. But while they may not be ready for that just yet, they have been off to a good start. I think this team has a lot to like. They have a lot of firepower in their roster, and they clearly haven't settled on a final lineup. Keep in mind, they swapped out 3 players today, and I don't really think you can put this on any one of them. I think Alex really got hard out jungled this time around, and I think that was the biggest concern for me, is that he didn't quite understand what to do once he got zoned out of his own jungle by Gemini. And sometimes that's just an experience gap. Sometimes that is just, hey, I've been doing this a lot longer than you. I know how to throw my weight around, and I think Gemini really proved it today. But I'm excited to see them bounce back and what Impunity can do going forward, because this is a team that I think a lot of people have a lot of eyes on, despite the loss today.
Yeah, this roster definitely still has a lot of promise, but clearly experiencing some growing pains, especially when it comes to syncing up the solo laners with the jungler, because I don't necessarily fault Alex on it, because he just lost too much from that top side. ICU falling apart up there just snowballs into his top side of the jungle, which is where all those deaths happen, right? So you can kind of see the correlation there, and when he dies, that makes ICU's lane even worse, because then your jungler can't help you out. So it was definitely a very large cascading effect top side.
That's true. And I think another thing that's worth pointing out is the fact that, like, overall, we did get to see a fair bit of like promise from, I think maybe like the mid, like holding the lane. I think Apex did, Husky did a pretty decent job overall. Just like, you know, not getting shoved in. It wasn't Corki. You're not worried about that as much. But we just didn't see the impact outside of that. And I think that was the issue, is that we were kind of hoping to see a little bit more going forward from the swaps. I think Onyx did okay, but didn't really get that much of a chance to shine. A couple of dives, wasn't quite with the team. But Gemini, was there any doubt in anyone's mind that he'd be the MVP? Because I think maybe he gets an S instead of an S+ for a couple of deep dives. But you know, when you start 5-1 on a Lee Sin, you get a 9-minute core drinker. You got to be feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Gemini, he just dominated this game from start to finish, and the side of Impunity just never had any room to breathe because of that, right? So
yeah,
very well done from Gemini, getting them to a pretty smooth game. It was definitely never in doubt.
And that's very, very good for CFO, because I think there were some questions coming into this week if they were going to be on the up and up. But that is all it, done and dusted for game number 1. We're going on a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we return, Beyond Gaming will take on Duish Team.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
I'm taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
Show me love, show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine high above, high above. We go off in the night. Believe in the the sky, but down in the moon, we can be gold. Maybe I'm lost in the summer, but we go.
I give you everything that I have, but it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. Love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time.
And welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Summer Split. One game in the books here for week number 2, but we've got plenty more to go. I'm still Pyrotechnics. He is still Nightstar. We are getting ready to rock and roll with this next matchup. Before we do, though, I do want to thank our wonderful sponsor, of course, for the split. It is CTBC Bank. The team just got a win as well. Thank you for sponsoring the PCS as well as our broadcast partners, Garena, Carry Live, and Riot Games. All right, Nightstar, up next, we have got ourselves a matchup very much on the opposite ends of the table. It is the 3-0 undefeated Megabank Beyond Gaming taking on the yet-to-win Duish team. This is going to be a tough ride for the opposition today.
Yeah, Duish team looking to shed the Alpha Hurricane stigma, but unfortunately the first couple games hasn't really helped their cause. And this is going to be a difficult task to try and reverse that trend here, as Beyond Gaming have looked much improved. We had concerns for them coming into this split, mostly because the top lane meta shift turning into a lot more of these hard carry champions rather than more of these lane focused champions that Liang excels more so. And then of course that mid lane champion pool where, you know, there you have to play a lot more assassin-y, or you can't play a lot more assassin-y, I should say. Yeah. It's really just that Sylas pick that you can really go and flex your assassin muscles with. So it felt like our biggest question was, of course, Minji. How would he fare on this patch? So far, it's been so good.
Yeah, I think that was a big pleasant surprise. The whole team has looked very good, and I think this is the most excited people have been for Beyond Gaming really since the Doggo days, because this is a squad that is shored up, and not only that, we're not just talking about this team like getting like three random wins early on in the split. They beat PSG freaking Talon, man, and it was an incredible team fighting performance. The positioning was good. I loved what Wako and Kino have been doing with this squad, and you're right, Minji has been able to adapt to this meta quite well. There were a lot of concerns because in spring, we really only saw him on these assassins shining, but he had great success this week, this last week on a Talia. And in addition, we saw Husha doing really, really well, picking up the Wukong pretty quickly. And Li Kai has been the guy. Li Kai has been in all 3 games, continues to be here for the 4th game now, and it was the opposite last split. We saw a lot more of Liang, and clearly this team has found more success with their alternate top lane.
Yeah, and the biggest step up in performance has to be Wako, right? Now that he has some more time on this roster, he's really starting to come into his own. This is probably the most comfortable he's been on a roster, as of course last year he was on Boom Esports, which spoke a variety of languages, to say the least. So
yeah,
it was very much an instinctual game for that squad. And now that he's on a a team that all speaks the same language for the first part, it's helped transition him from spring into summer. I think this, if Beyond Gaming are going to make it to Worlds, it's going to be on the back of Wako.
I agree, and I think that game against PSG Talon really indicated why. I mean, a Jinx popping off obviously is something great to see. On the opposite side, Duish team, we're going to be hoping to see some great things for them. They are Lakunai. WSL Zhao is back on the mid lane and in that name rechange. Bang2 in the bot lane and Enhao in support. And yeah, Zhao is a player. He's name changed. He's role changed. He's back to where he started. We'll see if there's a little bit of magic there for that squad. But of course, for Duish team, they still have many of the same struggles. I think if you're going to look at someone to step up and be the hero, I feel like it is going to be Bang2. We saw the most impressive performance out of him in the spring split, and he had some interesting champion picks. I think the pool here could be an advantage for them.
Certainly exploring some of the more interesting picks. We did see the Twitch come out last split from him. And of course, the most memorable member of their squad, which was ICU, has now departed. So and then the next best performing player just kind of naturally falls to Bang2.
Yeah,
we'll see how Zhao performs. He really needs to show us a little bit more here, because his return has not been so pretty.
Yeah, and I think Bang2 has had a bit of a rough ride in this early split as well. And it's almost unfair comparing it to Waka because we were singing his praises earlier on. Keep in mind some of the champion differences. Wako has been one of the ones, and Beyond Gaming have been one of the teams to pick up on the Lucian Nami that's been kind of taking everywhere else by storm. PCS does a little bit different when it comes to some of these metas, and I think it's interesting to see who picks up on some of these stronger choices, and very clearly that's been a big one for them. Not the only, but we'll see if Bang 2 is going to be up to snuff here up against his opposition as we get to picks and bans. Gwen, Renata already off the board, clearly doing their homework on some of the most played champions on the Duish team side. Of course, there is that Zeri ban, followed by the Lucian.
Zeri, Lucian take it away, also the Kalista, so a lot of bot lane focus coming in, which I like, which means that something like a Senna, Tahm Kench could become the priority here. Senna Tahm Kench currently undefeated in PCS, 4-0, so that's definitely huge. A very strong lane, and it also allows you to play very flexibly around the map, right? But we see a Duish team even bringing out the Senna ban, so that leaves both of the priority junglers. I actually like that ban because if you ban away Wukong, then the Viego gets snatched up and vice versa. So at least they give themselves the ability to lock in one of these priority junglers. But now we get to see what kind of changes happen in the bot lane because of how many picks have been removed.
I mean, Zyra Khan both up. I do think with the Enchantress support meta, this is something that you can't discount as large possibilities. Zaya, of course, not just the crit build really anymore. We've seen a lot of different stuff coming out there. I think Bang 2 could have a good time on it. I don't know if you want to lock over Khan right now or if you want to opt for like a jungle pickup for WSL. Like you said, the Viego being up so they can handshake. What would you do, Nightstar?
Ooh, okay.
Something
Currently
very different.
The Nidalee. I think the Nidalee actually, well, the Nidalee has a good matchup into the Wukong, right? Because you outpace him greatly when it comes to jungle speed. And then you also can take duels against him because the passive on Wukong gives him more armor, and that doesn't really help against the Nidalee, who brings in so much magic damage. Now the answer from BYG will be the Nautilus for Kino, and then they go for the Ezreal. So I think here you're pretty comfortable with just going ahead, lock in that Rakan if you want the Rakan, if that's going to be your priority. Otherwise, you can go for something like a Leona, a Braum is okay, just to make sure you get through this lane phase. And in my eyes, for Duish team, they really need to show what kind of lane they're playing through, if they are going to play through that bot lane, or if they're going to try and look elsewhere to maybe get Lakunai a little bit of resources to maybe see what he can do. But with this Leona pick, I expect to be a bit brawly down bot lane.
Yeah, I think they're going for it. And this is another thing that PCS has been doing a lot more, rather than, pulling out a lot of the enchanters, even though we do see Renata Glask in there as well in the ban column. They've been not shy to go right back to the Nautilus and Leona a little bit, try and get that engage going. But while we were talking about that, I did look up the Nidalee stats for this season and this summer. We haven't really seen a ton of it. It's been played a little bit in the LPL. It's been played in some minor regions. It's got a win in the LCS, but not a lot. So I'm really curious. It has been played to Wukong a fair bit of like a dozen games, but it hasn't won all that often. So I'm curious if WSL sees something else here.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it does. We're going to see the second phase bans. It's going to be Corki, Swain, and for the side of BYG, it's going to be Renekton and Yone. Interestingly enough, it was the Swain for a second one. I would have expected something like a Zoe pick here, because again, Zoe synergizes very well with the Ezreal, also one of Minji's better champions. So I could very well see that come through. And for Duish team, they go ahead, lock in the Jace. I understand why the Renekton ban came through, because that's kind of the classic pairing with the Nidalee. But the Jace is going to add a lot of range to this composition with the Nidalee. So at least conceptually, it's kind of coming together for Duish team.
Yeah, are we looking at a poke comp here, Nightstar?
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a poke battle.
Yep, there we go. All right, that's the Zoe lock-in, and of course they round things out with Gragas for Likai as well. So Minji still finds a way to do fun Minji things, and we'll see what the final pickup here is for Xiaotu. A Silas would result in some interesting ultimates to steal.
Yes. The Silas definitely has nice options to...
Oh,
okay.
GP. Oh, okay.
I was about to...
Wait, a mid lane
This
GP?
is very interesting. I think it could just be mid lane Jace
Jace?
instead.
Oh.
We'll
right.
see where it settles. I think both are solid options to take into the Zoe. Of course, the GP has the orange to cleanse the bubble, and then if you take the Jace, you have solid dueling potential, and you have okay wave clear against the Zoe as well, so it's not the worst of things, and your ability to roam around the map is a little bit aided by the gate. But the big thing is also the fact that it's harder to gank you in the mid lane than it is top lane.
It's true. It's very true. I love the creativity out of Duish team to mix things up at the last minute. And like, one of the things about putting a GP up against like a champion that's usually neutralizing you, like a Gragas, is like, that's going to be a problem if it's not taken care of by Beyond Gaming. And I think this speaks to me that there is a lot of faith in Lakunai going into this. And I know we talked about, I definitely had my eyes on Bang 2 as a potential hero for this team, but Lakunai, despite stepping in to fill some big shoes, has already shown a little bit of power here. I'm curious to see if this is going to be Duish team finding an opportunity, finding an opening. It will absolutely be a tough task to get your first win against a team that hasn't lost this split and has a number of comfortable champions for themselves, but Duish team have built a very interesting composition. Nightstar, how are you liking that?
There's definitely a lot of siege coming in from both sides, and the team fight damage is a little bit limited coming in from both ends as well, right? But overall, I would still give it over to BYG just because of they have such a much higher floor than what we've seen from the players on the side of Duish. But if this GP does get ahead, there is late game scaling to be had for Duish team.
Absolutely. If they can survive out the signature Beyond Gaming early aggression, that's something that we've seen quite a lot of, especially with Husha. Well, a champion like this Wukong going to be no stranger to that, but look at this Death Brush. Duish give away the game, at least give away WSL's position, as he just tries to harass. And Nidalee is not something we see a ton. I'm looking at the last games it was played in the summer split. It was in the Ultra Liga, in fact, and it did not find a win. Previous to that, LPL viewers might have noted it being played by Lan and Jun, but does not find a win. Had to ask Asterix about that perhaps a little bit later. I'm curious to see if it works. I mean, obviously stats don't tell the whole story, Nightstar, but when I see a Nidalee, I'm interested.
Yeah, and this is a interesting move coming in from Lee Kai, going for the first strike rune on the Gragas. And of course, Gragas recently, we've seen much more of the AP build rather than the bruisery sort of style. I'm interested if it ends up being the Everfrost build, which has been what we've seen for the most part coming in from Gragas, just adding in more CC. And especially in this top side, I don't know if there are many options that you get that are free trades, but now WSL making his way over to the red buff, but he will be spotted, so we'll see if the collapse comes through. It does look like Wukong very far away, so this could just be a split map approach.
Yeah, he actually heads down just to deal with his wolf camp. So I think we're going to see the map split up. If WSL is able to sniff this out, perhaps he tries to go and contest there. But let's keep our eyes on the minimap for the jungle, as well as he takes away the red buff and easily
Oh,
offs
here
that
comes the
wall back to
collapse.
safety. But the Zoe's coming in as well. Minji, he wants double buffs.
There's no way
That's
to
going to
flash.
be Kino. Oh, nowhere to go. First blood, but it's picked
Yeah.
up by Kino on the Ignite secure. Oh, that feels bad for Duish team.
yeah, just really, really well planned out coming in from BYG, throwing down the ward on their own red buff. And this is massive for them because Husha doesn't even need to do anything. Yes, he's going to face check into Xiaotu, take a little bit of damage, but at the same time, like, you're only really worried about slowing down this Nidalee at the start, because afterwards, you know, the team fight impact is going to be much higher coming in from a Wukong rather than a Nidalee who's going to be so reliant on hitting spears before the fight breaks out.
Absolutely, and being set behind is going to sting right now. No buffs on, and WSL sitting on level 2. Actually,
just going straight for the crab.
Bit of roam. Yeah, just going to go for the crab control. That's good. Husha a little low,
move.
actually. As you get the level 3 off that. Gonna spot the Nidalee. The brush should have done. Douche team are not showing any signs of slowing down. And I think this is interesting that they're trying to match some pressure early on, or at least try to exert a lot of their own. But you got to be careful not to overpush, especially when the enemy's got eyes on you.
Yeah, and certainly this top half of the map is going to be something to just keep your eyes out on, because the GP, definitely a champion that can carry. Still, Jace in that mid lane. Jace is one of those champions. If he is able to get accelerated, those accelerated shock blasts do start to hurt quite a bit in the mid game, which combined with the Nidalee spears is going to be extremely scary to deal with for BYG if those pre-fight setups take too long.
Yeah, this is where you start to see like just the amount of like burst and poke start to become a problem. I will say WSL is doing a good job at roaming around the rift very fast. This is something you can do quite well as a Nidalee. Husha actually doesn't see this happening, and he's going to move his way. Oh my goodness, they just passed right by each other.
Interesting. Husha's going to start out the red buff. We'll see if WSL is actually going to get there. The thing is, he is a level down.
Yeah, he is right now, and he walks right into Husha and realizes he can't quite contest that easily. Doesn't have the smite. Could try for a spear hit to try and take away. Minji's actually roamed in to protect, so he's just going to watch his red buff go bye-bye.
Yeah, another good snag away from Husha, who the first 2 games, it's felt like it's been a bit of a jungle diffy, but...
Oh!
Okay.
As a good deny on
tank supports, of course.
Yeah, tanky tank. What split is it? Doesn't matter. It's BCS. They like their tanks.
Yeah, exactly. And it offers
I'm
a very
you guys.
simple engage condition. Sometimes simplicity is what our PCS teams do need. Sometimes they overcomplicate things just a little bit for especially our lower teams.
Yeah. Save us, Kaiwing. You're our only hope.
I mean, even Kaiwing,
yeah,
you would label as, you know, his top played champions are going to be Nautilus, they're going to be Leona. He loves those champions because of the ability to face check. And sometimes you just need those conditions. And for Douche team especially, like, who's going to face check for them? It has to be a champion like the Leona.
And it's not the tankiest comp all around, right? I mean, even if the Gragas going for big AP build,
this could be a fight.
Fair amount sustain. That's going to be the jump in from WSL, and How going to go for a second wind effort as they pin Kino into the wall here, and he's burning, but gonna get taken down. Bang 2 finally claims.
But here's the reinforcement.
Take a lot of damage as we see the turn in from Husha. Minji coming through Sleepy
Trouble.
Bubble
Lands.
Gonna land on Bang 2 as he gets bopped down quite low. Still stays alive somehow. Douche team don't lose a member.
He didn't even die to the ignite either. So Minji just narrowly misses out onto a kill, and they also, of course, missed that other one onto Enhao. So perhaps better target selection would have helped there, but now we're going to see a split map play. Lee Kai is most likely just dead here.
Yeah, Lee Kai, he has flash. He's already burned his ultimate. We'll have the dash at least as he uses it to deny Xiaotu, and Lakunai a little bit too low to actually do much about it. WSL looking to chase Husha off his blue, but fails.
Has smite for crab, though.
Yeah, this is a really scrappy game between these two teams. Nightstar, it's a 400 gold advantage on BYG's side, but let's take a look at that play down bot again, because, man, that was oh so close.
Yeah, a lot of fighting happening in this bottom lane. For the side of BYG, this is, of course, their most aggressive lane. This is the lane, if you're going to try and catch out a lane a little bit too far forward, it's going to be Wako and Kino, because they are so lane dominant. They end up being a little bit too far forward sometimes. And Bang 2 gets hit by the bubble, and look at how close he burns down. He is in the single digits right there.
Yeah, that's if you're Minji, you're just wishing your Ignite had like another tick, because it is lights out at that point. Bang 2 just full on tanked, and once again,
he's not level 6.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything to deny this, but Enhao will body block, protect the president here as Husha looks to come in, who does have level 6, and man, they're really bullying out this bot lane. As
he can't walk up. He has to back.
He knows he needs to leave here, and you've got Xiaotu coming in to try and dissuade this.
He can't really do anything though.
Yeah, he's denied
He's
so
still a
much farm.
Jace. He's still a Jace trying to jump onto a Wukong who could easily just turn things on its head right there. And WSL, he's just so starved for tempo. Not necessarily gold, because minions wise, he's doing okay, right? But the issue is he's just always going to be behind on the play because of the early moves made by BYG to slow him down.
Well, and the moves made by him to get a little too deep in enemy territory. Now he is actually going to continue doing just that on the Gromp here, as the Herald is started by Beyond Gaming. Minji and Aquino Rome comes up to help secure this. WSL, I don't know if he knows this is happening. He's just going to back away. Smart move.
I don't think BYG know where he's at. So this is, you know, if you're assuming that you're not going to be able to take the Herald, that's a pretty good move coming in from WSL, knowing that, hey, all of our lanes have been a little bit struggling, and if they pull up their support, it's probably not a great time, especially when our top lane isn't really getting a lot of priority right now. Of course, we're going to outscale in that top side, so we just need to make sure he doesn't die, and that's a position where, hey, as long as I'm not throwing my top lane, I feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind the win condition, right? You know, we talked about how it's going to be the late game because scaling is going to be on their side. They have the Gangplank that's big. Jace starts to hit hard at the later stages with those accelerated shock blasts. And, you know, Xayah still does pretty respectable damage. I think it's going to be hard for Beyond to really match that. Unfortunately, for a Jewish team, this is a little bit of a tough dragon flip right now. They will secure it on the smite, but the fight is going through into the Wukong ultimate, and they've even brought the GP from downtown Lakunai trying to zone them off. They lose Enhao, but still, they're going to be able to get away with at least a bit more here as Xiaotu being chased down, rooted to the spot for the double kill as Wako picks up 2. That dragon cost Jewish dearly.
It did, but they're able to secure the objective, so it slows down BYG's snowball capabilities here because they are able to at least get that first dragon. And I mean, for the side of BYG, we'll get to see the replay surely, but it's just the power of Ezreal Zoe, right? Once these fights kind of go into the dumpster for Jewish team, the chase potential of Zoe Ezreal is just insane. That's exactly what happens.
That really hurts.
Yeah, it slows them down just a little bit, and that's enough for the Wukong to get there to help initiate things out. And they almost trade back, and part of that is, you know, you're dumping a lot of damage onto a Leona, and this is why Leona is still probably, from just raw stats, the best tank support because of her durability as a support.
Yeah, to absorb damage, purely tanky, as Xiaotu tanks a little bit from Minji there. But Kino did a really good job setting things up. I mean, I just love the rubber banding between the Nautilus into the Wukong, and that Cyclone is just so massive right now. And one of the reasons Wukong's such a huge champion at the moment, I mean, it's so great, they even give him a second one, as Bang 2 just adjusts position and is going to be able to back away. I think a big thing here for Beyond Gaming is, you know, Wako being a big win condition for the team is that Party Barrel doesn't quite catch Lacuna in time. Wako's got 2 kills off the back of that fight, so the Essence Reaver already complete. He's going to be very much ahead of Bang 2, and Ezreal is no slouch. Wako certainly dishes the damage for his team.
Yeah, and a lot of that CS stuff is okay. We're flipping here.
Whoop, there we go. Flipping for what though? As the bubble comes out into the flash from Enhao. I think that was just just 2 people running into each other and getting ready to scrap.
We're flipping for blue. There we go.
There we
That's
go.
the
Once
answer.
again, Nothing is safe. And how? He dodges by running.
He's gone.
He takes more damage, but yeah, they know there's nothing you can do here. He's dead.
Bye-bye. And that will be blue buff secured. And we're seeing right now, a lot of the objectives that you're playing for right now, or at least in the first 2 games, seem to be just attack these buffs, starve the other jungler. When it comes to these slower games, then farm is the objective. And jungle is one of the more secure ways to do so. Bang 2, he's still got an ult. He's fine.
Yeah, and a flash. He does have to burn both, but that does mean it is absolutely free
Can they get this
farm
kill,
for
though?
Shelly. Lee Kai burns flash, does
Okay.
not. Oh, the dash
Ooh.
is there. They deny that one. So this is a big swing for Beyond Gaming down bottom. Shelly might even have another charge in her left if they protect her well, but I think that's going down. Here comes the dive up top, though. Lee Kai.
This is a hard one.
Dodging around the spears. This is a hard force. Trying to get those last second plates, but here comes the party barrel back up again.
Oh, no.
WSL taking a lot. Has to dash away on the Nidalee. And oh, Lee Kai knows. He got the outplay. They even get another tower bot side.
Yeah, and the issue with this dive combination that they're still trying to hope and pray for is the fact that where's the CC? How do you get the guaranteed spear? All you have
might get
is
the kill, but
eventually.
WSL?
Oh my
he's
god,
so
he is
low.
1 HP.
All right, that was okay. Nice. That was the hardest force I think I've ever seen, and they got it, but at what cost?
Yeah, certainly you gotta ask what the cost was.
Oh,
And-
oh no! WSL jumped into it.
I mean, there was no way for him to know where it was coming from,
No,
right?
yeah, but it's just-
there's just no
it's-
minions to actually spot out the ultimate, but that is tragic. And that's Wako understanding jungler's best, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm taking low? Well, don't worry. I can still clear my camps. And he just snipes them across the map. Would have been even worse if he lost both his Krugs as well. But at least the Krugs are still there. WSL just takes 2 tower shots from, or I think it was 2 or 3 from the first pass, and that's why it's way too hard. This is why Nidalee GP, like
another one.
The champions seem fine, but synergy together, no sense.
Oh yeah,
Splat.
obviously he went. It was just perfect timing. And once again, you see Husha and Lee Kai doubling up. This time they found Zhao and he's going down. Lee Kai can actually get the kill
know
on
if
that
going
one. Husha
golden
was trying
was
to
there.
fight for it. As not much they could do. So the gold lead has grown to about 4,000 and some change. Wako fully online on the Ezreal now. Bangsu and Hao moved into the mid lane to try and stop the push from Kino and Wako.
Oh,
And the dragon
my.
stacking will start for BYG in earnest as a Herald is started. Looks like we may have a
Barrel
flip
flip.
here.
This is a very strong GP.
Yeah, it's going to be Kino taken very low as he flashes out.
There we go.
WSL goes in
All right,
for the
he's
pounce
on the board.
and the kill. Got to be careful not to take too much more damage here as
Minji too.
Minji comes around the side. Does manage to find the Battle Star
Oh.
damage burning onto WSL.
Burning.
And here comes Husha on
1
the hunt,
HP.
going to find one more. And Hao taking a lot of damage. The spear does not connect as the parting shot is there. And Hao going to get taken down by Husha. It's a trade of supports in the extended, but the Herald does not get secured by Duish.
And we're seeing the power coming out from Lacunai on this GP, but it's just not enough. As it all sort of started out with Zhao Tu getting caught out down in that bottom lane. He burns the stopwatch for no reason and immediately sells it. So it's 650 gold he invested that's just vanished into thin air. Which definitely doesn't help their cause. But because they saw 2 people down in that bot lane, they try and force elsewhere, which is, you know, it makes a lot of sense. But unfortunately, BYG are just on the dot with the rotation. They come up, catch up to it, and able to find a fight right afterwards.
And you're seeing a lot of the classic differences between these 2 teams, right? Like, I mean, Beyond have definitely looked so much better as a team, especially this split so far. But Duish team, you know, whether they've been in the Alpha Garb or Hurricane, many of these players, of course, having experienced the same roster, they have a little bit of issues in you know, as 5 members understanding where they need to be on the map at a given moment. I like the proactivity. I like the attempts, but the execution's just not on the same level. They will get a tower down bottom, so they are finding something for their trouble, but they're just giving up a lot on these trades, and it's allowing Beyond Gaming to get even further and further ahead in this game. And you are hoping for Duish Team as the late game. You will have more power, but yeah, this is rough.
This is the Lacunai 1v5 game. That's really what you're putting on. Of course, you do have a crit 80 carry, so once you get to 3-4 items, you are going to outperform the Ezreal, but possible catch is just not there. Again, this composition just lacks CC, so their way of locking people down is really only this Leona. So wherever the Leona goes is their best hope of finding a fight, whereas going elsewhere, as we saw in the 3v1 dive, it's just too hard.
He might get it, but yeah, he will pay dearly. So, Beyond Gaming know this. They can throw their weight around, investing a lot of vision into this topside jungle to try and keep it clean. As another Shelly gets dropped into the mid tier 2. Teleport even expended from Lee Kai, and the siege is on. He talked about siege being the name of this game, and it is going to be Beyond Gaming claiming a 5th tower. Only answered by one outer in the bottom side. Shelly should go down here. Beyond Gaming just controlling this side of the rift. And it's not even 20 minutes, Nightstar. They can't even turn for Baron because it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, exactly. And Zhao on this Jace with the completed Eclipse has to be able to find some of these accelerated shock blasts. Perhaps once he gets the Muramata completed, that would be the big power spike that they're looking for to maybe set up a nice team fight for them. Thankfully, though, they took the first dragon, remember, so that was key, even though they did lose a couple members because of that fight. But delaying Soul Point by 5 minutes is definitely not a bad result. And interestingly enough, we actually get to see what I would assume is going to be the Ravenous Hydra coming in from Wako, unless if he just plans on sitting onto the Tiamat and go straight into the Sereldas. That would be an interesting build path.
Yeah, now that is curious. I'm actually going to keep an eye on that one. And as you called, the AP Grog is starting to come out, of course, more and more. We already saw the Everfrost, but the Seraphs comes through too. So as items start to spike up, we'll see this game take a little bit further shape. We already talked a little bit more about the Eclipse and waiting on Xiao Tu to get his fully stacked tier. But the teams aren't going to be slowing down and waiting for those to spike, as well as Husha going in, finding WSL.
Good read.
And he just keeps him locked up for days. Both casts of the ultimate. And will Duish Team be able to find a fight? The answer is no, because they're just getting hunted down right now. As they try to deny something, they get absolutely nothing at all, nearly losing 3 for 3.
And it's just been a jungle clinic. Wherever Duish Team go, as long as it's in the forest, it's been just trouble time and time again for them as Duish Team. They will be able to get some damage onto this bot tier 2. They should be able to claim that bot tier 2, but GP, while he does farm these towers very, very quickly, it's just not like something a Fiora would do, where you can 1v9 towers at a certain point. He just doesn't have that sort of pushing power or tower threat quite yet.
Yeah, so they're running a little short on time. Beyond Gaming claiming Baron uncontested does mean that Duish are going to have to withstand quite the push here. I don't think it's as dire straits as, maybe last game. Still a pretty hefty gold lead to face down against. The execution hasn't quite been there, and clearly Beyond Gaming are not afraid if they find anybody of the Duish squad on the opposite side. And while Drake stacks are going to be a little slower because of that early take, you've got to watch out for Husha. This man has been key to setting up so many picks, so many plays. Nice snipe from Xiao Tu. You take those where you can.
It's a win.
It's a win.
That's where you type in all chat.
That's it. That's the turnaround.
FF now.
That's the turnaround, Nightstar. Calling it now.
Yeah.
If they win this game, it was because of the confidence boost from the blue steel.
Yeah, and we actually get to see Wako just go ahead complete the Ravenous Hydra. So opting, saying, "Hey, I need the sustain right now." Okay, this is some classic Xiao Tu things, just
hard push.
Casually tank 3 tower shots.
It's fine. There's nobody there. You're good. You got to get some gold back, but unfortunately the siege is happening on their bot side of the map, so you got to stop this.
Yeah, so now they're gonna pull in some recalls. We'll see if they can land any accelerated shock blast. Of course, this is his big power spike, so if anything's gonna happen, it has to happen here. Nice little blast landing on Wako.
Okay, the zoning ult from Enhao there, but it is pretty low cooldown. Here comes the engage from Kino. They don't want to find Zhao2. True Shot Barrage expended. They dodge most of it, and the GP ultimate keeps them off.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Everybody keeping them at arm's length on either side. Leakai's pushing top, too. Uncontested. This is 5v4 down 5. WSL looking for
they have to
angle
look
on the spear.
And they just don't have any engage left, though. They don't have the GP ultimate to apply the area effect slow, and they don't have any way for... They don't have a Leona ultimate to fish for a pick, so...
They're gonna lose everything. They lose Zhao2!
I don't know why Zhao2 decided to walk up, but he did.
Well, that was an oopsie on both sides of the map. That's going to be at least Inhibitor, and then some change. As the 4-member squad of Beyond Gaming really feeling their strengths at this point. And without Zhao2 for 30 more seconds, this is not going to be an easy stop. 5v4, they find the Nidalee. WSL gets deleted as Wako claims kill credit. And now in a 5v3, Beryl popped up into the Featherstorm. Bang2 denies the CC, but he can't deny that his base is being shredded.
Yeah, this push is pretty impressive. They don't have a whole lot of wave clear. Lucky Unai can't do everything himself. His barrels are come up only so often, so he's not going to be able to save the base. That will be 2 inhibs and this last inhib tower as well, so a lot, pretty much everything falling inside Duish team's base. And this is definitely dire straits, but you know, if I have to hash out a silver lining, it is the fact that Lucky Unai has his collector. So if he's able to get that RNG crit, it might be good enough to get someone low enough that Death and Taxes kicks in.
Oh, they're gonna have to thread so many needles there, Nightstar. I mean, this is tough, right? I think the problem you're facing though, right, is Beyond have accelerated so well. Wako is fully online, and they've now caught WSL. Burns his flash, actually is able to get shoved away as he hits him with the Griffin. But yeah, this is rough right now. Like Lacuna is going to be the win condition. You talked about 1v5. I feel like that's going to be very much the case if they pull it off. But the siege is right back on again, and Bang2 gets bursted into Husha. It's like he doesn't even have a health bar.
Huh? Oh my god, that wasn't even like the Sleepy Trouble bubble.
No, that was just Battlestar.
That was just Bonk. And now WSL's gone. And that's the game.
He doesn't have much of a health bar either. That's going to be GG. Lights out. They can throw it down the cannon barrage, but it's not going to mean a thing as the Wombo combo just keeps on hitting here. Beyond Gaming, find one tower, find the other. They will find the game to extend that win streak to 4-0, and it only took them just under 26 minutes to do it. GG, lights out. Go again next as they try to pad a few more stats. Beyond Gaming outclassing in the jungle and in the lanes.
YG keep their undefeated streak going. Headed into day number 2. They are 4-0, and this is an incredibly dominant team. Yes, we can chalk up some of it to their schedule, which, they've had some soft matchups, but certainly getting that win over PSG and really proving it here as well. Good signs to come, as they are, of course, looking to improve upon their spring split into summer and push for that world spot.
They'd love to return to Worlds and put in more of a performance than we saw them last year. Of course, I have to see for Beyond Gaming. The question coming into today was how clean can they do this, and I think the answer is very, very clean, because this is a squad that they did respect the arm's length damage, the poke that could be put out by the side of Duish team, and they were able to basically just find the openers to dive him. Husha, very impactful on that Wukong, as we have seen time and again over the course of the split. And at the same time, Wako looked at ease, so comfortable on that Ezreal. He had big shoes to fill last year, but he has absolutely looked wonderful. Leakai played a great Gragas into the gangplank, kind of held him at bay. I guess those barrels were bigger, Nightstar.
Yeah, the Gragas, of course, loading in a lot more punch at that point in the game, and more value for his squad. But yeah, it was really just kind of a 1v9 scenario for that GP if it was going to go in favor of Douche team. Even this Nidalee pick, which I think is definitely one of those curveballs that you need to throw if you are Douche team, just didn't really pay off. And I think it was more so credit to BYG rather than Douche team dropping the ball, right? Because he goes for the early invade. It's correct. The issue is there's a ward on there. So he gets spotted out, gets caught out, dies level 2, and then everything just cascades from there. Where Wukong all of a sudden, now he can go and look for the Nidalee because he has level advantage over that champion.
Yeah, so we have seen 2 games now that just early on jungle diff is huge, but I agree with you. I think this game, Douche team definitely showed a lot of aggression and kind of a lot of flair. Like I think we were struggling to see how this team has a win condition because we wanted to see a lane they can win through, but they clearly are trying. And I think that's the big difference between the old Alpha Esports and also, like, you know, a little bit on the Hurricane side. I think this is a team that is very much pushing for the win. They're not passively like letting themselves get beaten every single time, and they're just getting outclassed. But give them some time, give them a chance to work together. I think the execution can improve, and the question is, will it be there in time? Can they start to contest with these teams in the bottom half of the table?
Yeah. We'll see how well they match up, because I think as much as Douche team with that core from Alpha and Hurricane are more so like, hey, we're probably 9th, maybe with some luck we can push for 8th. I don't think that's a lock for 9th because Sem9 have looked also much improved. So
I think everybody's gotten a bit better at that bottom of the table. Yeah.
So this game, it will be tough. And we can see the damage charts there. Like Wako, he was just untouched, and the snowball down in that bot lane. I think the pivotal point was that level 5 on the Xayah, where she gets caught out, gets chunked down to 10% HP. A lot of the CS differential from there snowballed off that moment.
Yeah, 2 out of 2 though. We get jungle MVP, and you talk about snowball, definitely allowed it to happen. And yeah, if you are Wako, this is just one of those games where you're like, I just get everything I want, you know? Like, you had your Christmas list, and it's just like, all right, easy lane, nice dives, jungle pressure, and you just get to tick all the boxes. But Husha was the man that made it happen. I think there's a reason why we've seen him not just take the MVP here today, but also just honestly be terrifying, because I think early game, a lot of pressure, that's something that Husha has excelled on, and when Beyond Gaming have found their wins, that's been a big part of it. So congratulations again to Beyond. They extend that unbeaten streak, and we'll have to see how it goes further in the split.
Yeah, Husha, when we talk about junglers he's super effective with, right? It's the Xin, it's the Wukong now, and also, of course, a little bit about Volibear, which are more of these junglers that can exert a lot of pressure in the early phases, but when it comes to later on, maybe they dip down in scaling, but their effectiveness and their teamfight utility is definitely there.
Absolutely. Well, that is game 2 in the books for this week. So we're going to go on a quick break. When we return, PSG Talon take on Sem9. Don't you go anywhere.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debate, no conversation, no invade this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Giving up, you say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
'cause we know it's close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. He who starts the fire, who starts the fire. We'll keep the heat on high. And we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush. Time to try, it's so big enough. We'll find a time, we'll steal the love. Yeah, I die before I ever give it up. Yeah, I die before I ever give it up. Yeah, I die before I ever give it up. What a time to be alive. We've reached the boiling point, it's overflowing. We'll climb the gates, or tear them open. We'll fly the line, break the rush. Try to try, it's big enough. We'll fly the try, we steal the love. Yeah, I die before I ever give it up. Yeah, I die before I ever give it up. Yeah, I die before I ever give it up.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Summer Split. We are rocking through the day, and it has been all about jungle so far. We'll have to see if that stays the same. Hey everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics, and he's Nightstar. Once again, our sponsor is C2BC Bank, always by your side, and of course, our wonderful broadcast partners. Got to give them a shout out as well. Riot Games, Garena, and Carry Live. Thank you for making this all possible. Now, Nightstar, up next, we got another matchup between a team that is pretty close to the top of the table and another one that is still in the hunt for their first win. It is PSG Talon taking on Sem9. Our Malaysian representatives have added a bit of Taiwanese flavor as well, revamped a bit of that roster, and there have been some things we've liked to see about them, even if we haven't seen them get the W just yet.
Yeah, when it comes to moving around the map, it has been a little bit more improved. Arashi still being able to play early game junglers or a lot of early pressure in his jungle style. And then in the mid lane, Lazar hasn't been thrown around as much. So that's always a good start, because before it felt like every single game it ended up being sort of like a black hole on the map, right? Everything just got pulled towards Lazar because he was constantly dying, constantly falling too far behind that you had to throw resources to try and prop him up. So far, it's been much improved from that regard. We just need to see him now be able to transition and be able to make plays for his team.
Absolutely. It can only go up from here. The winless team trying to find wins. And for PSG Talon, they've looked very good. Never mind that beyond gaming loss, this is a roster that is definitely flexed out of the gates. Hanabi in the top side, Bury, their new jungler, and Gory, their new mid laner, who was our MVP for last week, as well as Unified and Kaiwing, known quantities down on that bottom side of the map. And these are our returning champions. Have quite a lot of trophies in that case, Nightstar, and I think it's still going to be on everyone else in this league to prove that otherwise.
Yeah, and Gory so far has been absolutely outstanding. So excited to see more of Gory. Of course, we've yet to see a whole lot from Bury, but it feels like it's more of like I'm just here to facilitate my lanes, and once I get more comfortable and be able to speak Mandarin and connect with the rest of the team, then we start unleashing him. But so far it's been really all about Gory, even Unified. Like he's hasn't really had some big pop-off moments necessarily. In Hanabi, he's been thrown back to being weak side again.
Yeah, I think Gory coming into this roster has really changed how PSG Talon approach the game. We'll see if their opponents know how to deal with that change, as they are Sem9, No Name in the top side, Arashi in the jungle, Lazar in the mid, Jidodo and Asin rounding that out in the bottom side. Of course, Asin was previously their coach, even going back to like the Berjaya Dragons days. So he has been, hoping to be the big brain, but hasn't necessarily looked the best on the Rift. I feel like topside No Name has been the big standout as the rookies go.
Yeah, No Name's trying to bring some creativity into their drafts, and I think they need some sort of creativity when it comes to that draft phase, because in the lane phase, it's, there's still a bit of a struggle. Of course, when you look at this roster, you're not expecting them to really blow anyone out of the water when it comes to the lane phase and come out with a 20 CS lead. But unfortunately, while Ashin, he's been relatively good on moving around the map and helping out the team make plays, it's been this laning phase that's been extremely troubling for this bot lane. And Chiadodo hasn't been able to showcase his power as a bot laner quite yet because of some of Ashin's feels like rudimentary mistakes.
Yeah, I think that's a struggle, right? But let's take a look at who we're actually comparing today, because while Lazar has improved, Gory has been a massive improvement to this roster and has stood out so well. We saw a Corki game from him, Azir, as well as that Sylas. Of the three of them, he's only lost on the Sylas, whereas if you compare it, Lazar, we've seen him more prioritizing things like that Ahri. But Gory just does so much more for the team, right? Like, Lazar's improved in the laning phase. Gory is great in the team fights. He's just been a massive, massive part of PSG's success thus far.
Yeah, and when you compare the damage percentage, like, yes, this is a very small sample size. Let's keep that in mind. But 36% of damage coming in from Gory, that's
a lot.
That's a whole 15% more damage than Bay when he was playing in the regular split. So that is a huge improvement. Yeah, a lot of the pressure was on Unified and a little bit on Hanabi to really pull out the damage and carry these team fights. Now you're getting Gory. That changes the dynamic mightily. It takes a big load off of Hanabi especially.
Certainly the case. Now, as you mentioned, though, it is early days. There's only 3 games in the book, so I think those stats might even out a little bit more as we get underway. PSG on the blue side, banning the Darius away from No Name. Azir, Corki.
Goodbye, Corki.
Bans against Gory. I mean, do we see the Sylas as well? I don't know.
I don't know if the Sylas will be a focal point, but perhaps if they want to go for something like the Lissandra, I would expect Sem9 to go or play something like the Ari maybe, who has some roam capabilities. I would expect to see a Lissandra ban here. Maybe they go ahead, take away the Galio, also a great team fight champion, but they go ahead, remove away the Victor, great scaling, and of course, when it comes to the late game, has the ability to pop anyone in the map.
Yeah, this is the statement. I don't think we ever saw Bay drawing 3 bans.
This should be Zeri
against PSG. That does leave Zeri up though, unfortunately for Unified. Gotta remember, not only a strong champion, but one of our best bot laners is gonna be falling into his hands. And oh boy, what do you got for an answer, Sem9?
Yeah, thankfully Zeri not a lane dominant champion, so maybe that was the plan all along. Hey, we give him something that can scale really, really well, maybe 1v9, but at least we're not going to get bodied in lane. But we'll see. Time will tell on that judgment here. As okay, Wukong Yumi already
you know what
locked
this
in.
might mean?
It's
Night
going to
Star.
mean that it's going to be Twitch Gaming.
It's Twitch Yumi. Yeah, I think we might get Twitch Yumi game. I love this as an answer. We'll have to see if PSG know that, get that read out, what they respond with. Of course, the Wukong being picked up by Arashi does deny it away from Bury, who hasn't gone for it. He's actually played much more of this Viego. As you mentioned, he's been more of a facilitator, but they will not opt for that jungle pick just yet. Instead, they're going to throw down the Lulu as the support.
Yeah, and if you expect it to be a Twitch Yumi in that bottom lane, the Lulu is a great answer because you can just stand very far forward and constantly auto-harass and deny the Twitch as much CS as possible. Then PSG, it looks like they'll go ahead and lock in the Gnar, interestingly enough, instead of the Viego. So fully expect Viego to get banned in the second phase, and it's going to be GP locked in from Sem9. So some interesting things here, right? We should expect to see the Viego get banned by Sem9, but for PSG, fully expect to see the Twitch get removed, unless if they think, hey, we picked this lane just to hard slam a Twitch Yumi. We'll leave it up for you guys to just test your luck, because we think now, I mean, it's Unified Kaiwing. Are they truly scared?
I don't know. We're going to have to see. They are going to try and target Bury's jungle. There's the Twitch ban. So bluff is called by PSG. They're not going to allow that through.
It has to be Viego here.
Yeah, I wonder what Sem9 have up their sleeves in the bot side. But yeah, let's see if the Viego gets banned away to put Bury on a new champion.
I mean, alternatives could be the Nidalee if you're really that scared. Again, the Nidalee technically can impact. And maybe they just want to take away the early game, right? Trundle, Volibear, both very early game focused junglers, whereas Viego, yes, he can has a gank timing on level 3 and level 4 when he kind of goes for a flash W move into the mid lane or something like that. But otherwise, he wants to get to level 6 and then start looking for team fights. So the other two aforementioned junglers that did get banned are champions that can gank a little bit harder pre-6.
There's the Jinx ban away. So for Shitoto, what we have seen the Ezreal. It's going to come in yet again. Ezreal Yumi is going to be the name of the game. But the game plan has been very much just not get bodied early on, right? Like they've done their best to just deny the PSG tempo picks, if you will. And well, let's see how they round it all out. I mean, that's a fair bit of damage, global pressure, a good amount of mobility. They've got engaged. I like the comp. The way it's going for PSG. How are they going to end this one?
Yeah, it's not bad coming in from Sem9, and this composition has some direction. Of course, we have concerns on if they're actually going to be able to get out of the lane phase, but to help Ashin not get caught out, I mean, what better way to put him onto Yumi where he's just stuck on someone else? So
no
if
target.
he gets caught out, it's their fault, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
the way you play it. That's how Yumi
PSG
works.
Trying to round things out. Have, of course, locked in the Viego, which we fully expected, given that it didn't get taken away in the bans. And we'll see, of course, whenever there's a Wukong up available, or something like a Gnar on the other side, it does make for a very good spot to lock in the Sylas, who can constantly lock in those ultimates to put the pain on the other squad.
All right. lot of flashes, some champions available for Lazar here. I
don't
do
know
like the global
about-
pressure if they opt into the Talia, but yeah, the really...
Yes.
I feel like this is a debate. This can't be LeBlanc. No way. What?
Oh my. Okay.
Oh my god.
12-11 LeBlanc.
12-11 LeBlanc.
This
I don't know
is
how I feel
very
about that.
interesting. Of course, LeBlanc Yumi, a combination that can pop people and has a little bit more kill pressure than just the LeBlanc by herself, right? Because you augment her AP with that Yumi ability. But again, it's 12-11 durability patch. There's a reason why we don't see assassins, and Lazar's gonna have to do a lot to prove us otherwise.
Yeah, this is risky. If I were to ask you, Nightstar, what Lazar's win rate on LeBlanc is this year, would you have an answer for me?
Yes, very easily. It's 0 because they haven't won a game.
Unfortunately, yeah, Sem9 did not win a game in the
Ask
spring
me about
split. They're
any
continuing
champion.
that loss. Yeah, you know what? I honestly, you got me on that one. You called my bluff. But I think this is bold from Lazar. I wonder if it's going to work out. I wonder if he's confident in this matchup. I do think that the Yumi does change things a little bit here, and it feels like Sem9, they have a plan, and they left some things up. We'll have to see if this works for them. They do have late game damage. That Gangplank can't be discounted, not to mention the Ezreal. But on the PSG side, I mean, they've got tools to try and deny getting bursted down themselves. I think if you see a Lulu, LeBlanc does not seem very attractive in that case.
Yeah, and LeBlanc has been played globally. So it's not like this pick is coming out of left field.
No, but it's definitely not as good as it used to be.
But only 53% win rate across our top leagues. So it's not exactly doing well, but, you know, it's technically got a positive win rate.
It still exists, and there's no Lissandra. You know, there's just some. Let's see if Lazar
All
can do it. I
eyes
mean,
on it.
we were gonna talk about how, you know, like the no-name win condition. You know, we got a little excited for the Yumi, but at the end of the day, it all gets pulled back to Lazar. The black hole is still in effect.
Yeah, somehow it all comes back to that mid lane, and at the very least, you know, Gory hasn't been a laner to hard punish people in lane. So maybe Lazar
That's true.
is able to get out of the lane, is able to start roaming, and then find some impact. So I like, you know, it's a risk that Sem9 clearly had in mind for this final pick, and they opt into it. So we'll just have to see how things pan out for them.
I'm curious to see what Arashi can do with this Wukong. Obviously, he's already lost a game on it this split, but it is a champion that puts out a lot of value. We know Bury is, as a player, you know, I think you called him a bit more of a caretaker, especially while he's getting used to a Mandarin-speaking team. I think this is an opportunity for Arashi to have a lot of early game impact. That was something we expected from him on last split Sem9, when he had to do a lot more heavy lifting. But now with the jungle having so much impact, not just in the early game, as we've seen 2 games in a row, but also just in general, I think this could be a chance for an Arashi hero game.
Yeah, and already, like,
oh boy.
Look at Unified's items. He has himself a cult.
And he's
Says,
still harassing.
and this is what you can do with the Lulu Zeri, because you have so much range, right? Unified able to poke out with Qs, but one of the highest damage auto attacks from the support role is that Lulu, and you also have that great poke range coming in from the Glitter lane. So all in all, this is a very oppressive laning duo. And on the flip side, for Ezreal Yumi, it's all about scaling, right?
Yeah, they need to survive.
Yeah, especially anytime you lock in a Yumi. It's about getting through some of those early levels, make sure you get to level 6, and then attaching onto your jungler and try and make plays with them. Or in this case, attach onto your LeBlanc and hope LeBlanc has a completed first mythic to really start popping.
Yeah, well, Lazar has been able to punish Gory a little bit early on. We did see, as we tabbed over for just a second into that mid lane, bit of a play. Keep your eyes, though. I want to see if Arashi gets in to the lane early on. Bury, I don't know if he got spotted on that ward.
He is
from the
getting pinged out.
Raptors. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so they see him. So they know he's at Crab.
Yeah, so it will be a crab exchange, and so far, nothing too exciting coming out from these junglers, which is, I feel like, good news for Semnai, because the other 2 games, we had disasters happening through the jungle position that sent the game careening, and so far the game is still being played.
Yeah, that's true. It's 4 minutes in. This game's still happening. But no, I mean, Sim 9, I mean, like, you're right. When you're facing down an opponent that is just nameplate-wise so much stronger than you, a quiet early game, not a bad start. They are playing for the scaling, with a few exceptions. I think Lazar probably not going to be as interested in the late game on this LeBlanc, unless he gets fed out of control. But he does force Gory to back, right? I mean, he's going to be able to match that, obviously, teleport timers and everything. But keeping a look at the game state, I mean, this is not an insurmountable difference. Unified and Kaiwing, for all the pressure they put out down bot, they didn't force Shidodo and Ashin out of lane.
Yeah, which is great, especially for Ashin, who has been punished very, very heavily during the lane phase, getting caught out in weird spots, overextending, just not quite understanding how to play bot lane. But you can kind of understand why he was brought in, because map movement wise, this team wasn't very good at moving around the map. So they needed some help in that regard. And if you're just trying to look for a win, like, yeah, definitely go ahead and take that chance.
He's the coach, or previously coach of the team as well, and I feel like he's doing a little bit of a lemon nation, right? And I think that Yuumi is actually the perfect coach champion, because you just sit on the back of somebody all game, you get to tell them what to do, and you never have to worry about dying until they do.
Yeah.
And at that point,
I
then
died
it's already your
because
fault.
you died. It's your
Exactly.
sins, not mine.
I like it. I think it's perfect. Yumi's the coach champ. All right. But this game, as you mentioned, fairly quiet in the early. I think that will change as soon as level 6 happens, but Arashi's not going to wait that long. As he looks for a play onto Gory, they won't find it, so it's
Good
just going to
harass.
be the lane tax.
Good harass, gets that mid priority. We'll see if they ship. Well, it looks like they want to use that priority to cash in onto the top crab and maybe set up some sort of dive. Gory level 5. And for the side of PSG, they have vision control bot half, which is why they're turning their attention towards this dragon. And now Gory, it's really just all about making sure Gory doesn't die. As long as he doesn't die, this is a big positive trade for PSG and exactly what they're looking for.
Using the map control they've got. Actually, look at what happened in the mid while that was all going down. Lazar and Gory actually trading closer to even than Lazar would have liked, so
I expect Lazar probably tried to stop his back and ended up taking a turret shot.
That's Bidoof, probably. But you can see the improvement from this player as it was so much more a net negative in the spring split, and it's Lazar had a hard time finding his footing in the league, especially in the last meta. This time around, he's been able to take it to Gory, at least keep even with him, and of course opted into this LeBlanc pickup. We're still waiting for it to yield results, but we'll see.
Yeah, and lane-wise, everyone is holding up somewhat okay. Top lane, you can kind of expect the GP to suffer just a little bit. Definitely outscales later on. And down in this bottom lane, I mean, that's where kind of the biggest CS discrepancy has been. But you're not too worried, right? It's still the Ezreal who has a cheaper build into the crit build coming in from the Zeri pick. So you should be, when it comes to item spikes, still on pace.
Nystar, this is I think the first time today we've been able to just kind of kick back and relax. This is going to be chill League of Legends for just a bit. PSG, they've kind of just realized, all right, we don't have to get the kills. We can just get the out farm. Maybe we'll find an opener. No Name does drop the cannon barrage as he gets chunked out by Meganar Hanabi. Even Hanabi's having a good time, and I think this was a game. This was a split where we were thinking, okay, maybe this is the return of Weakside King Hanabi, who doesn't seem to have looked quite as good. I was curious if that was due to just this changing team dynamic with Gory getting a lot more resources and doing more damage, or if it's just the meta shift doesn't really favor it.
Yeah, certainly you know, his top champions still playing a big part of the meta, but a lot of the counter picks just really aren't up his alley. As we'll see. Okay, no fight to
Arashi
actually break out here.
He was looking for maybe the smite steal away and maybe denying the Herald, but instead they'll just watch it go down. So PSG, it's almost like we're watching PSG at last split. They're just slowly building up little advantages that are going to become insurmountable. It's a 400 gold lead. It's not that much, but they do have objectives on the map. They do have pressure. Arashi looking for an opening. He's the one who has Ajin on him right now, but Unified and Kaiwing have gotten out to safety.
Yeah, and he's going to be level 7. Yet to find a big play, of course. Now he has the ultimate available, but will be able to get yet another crab. So he's been able to get a lot of crabs.
Do crabs win games?
Sifu. To a certain point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
So
But here's the thing. PSG got the biggest crab. They got Shelly.
Yeah.
That's worth at least like 5 regular crabs.
It's about to be worth even more on the next patch, which is going to be next week when we get Belveth. I'm interested to see how many players will go ahead pick up Belveth because it is such a... Okay.
Shitoto. Okay, not going to go down just yet. Kill pressure not quite there, and it's always a little bit hard to dive in Ezreal, especially when he has the Yuumi tagged onto him. So, gets away, but you can start to see the farm advantage building, and as we get back to it, 10 minutes, no first blood. This is some chill League of Legends on the PCS channel.
Yeah.
But you're right,
Back to Belveth.
Belveth's going to be exciting. The fishies.
Yeah,
That's next
I've
week.
got, you know, some questions about if the champion itself is actually good, but certainly when you get one of those Rift Heralds, the power of the rubber banding that you can have is definitely immense.
Speaking of rubber bands, Gory slamming it down as he sticks to Lazar quite well. Final chapter
this is
down
an
bottom.
engage.
Shidodo is going to find Unified, but they still do damage right now. So it's kind of love taps back and forth. And, that's the Big Gnar into No Name. You can't get the orange out of that one, my friend. And there's our first blood as Gory with the dive down. Lazar getting punished.
Yeah, dies there.
Boy.
Arashi will be able to get those minions. I don't think he's actually going to
2 levels
go
down.
in, though. Yeah.
But I mean, this is a feels bad though. You pick a LeBlanc specifically because you think you can outplay Gory early, and you get first blooded.
Yeah, and now this is where the opening is going to start. Opening up as we get to see. I think this was the first trade. I don't think this was the actual kill.
Yeah, I wanted to see. This was like the start. He gets a lot of damage.
Yeah.
He slams it down. Yeah, this was just the first trade, but I think we're going to see the rest of it as the Herald is happening down bottom. What happened here, Lazar?
Just plates down in that bottom. It's still fine, but
yeah, but there's the
yeah,
extra gap close.
Just
Gory just knows how to play.
He
this
just
game.
doesn't respect it. So it doesn't quite know the damage limits coming in from Silasson. That's going to be a costly death. So Sem9 going to be set a little bit off kilter, but can they grab this kill? This would be massive for them.
Bury's able to get away though. He does have that
move
Hara
speed too
path,
much,
and
but now Gory,
Lazar
he's very
taking it
far
a little bit
forward.
low again. There's the root down. They have the damage. Looking for more. They can't quite find it. As he turns around, gets the kill and the outplay. They might just punish him for it as he steals away a Cyclone.
Okay.
Arashi gets revenge, but a 1-for-1 trade. The outnumbered Gory.
Yeah, and they lose bot tower as well. So, you know, Sem9, at least they go for a play. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off very well. And PSG, even though CS-wise, the CS gap hasn't, like, ballooned that much, but the big difference has been the plates. As we can see in the bottom left, they have 9 plates to 0, which is half of this gold lead. It's like half of this gold lead. So
yeah, this is huge.
That is where most of the pressure is coming from on the side of PSG, and then add in the small CS advantages they do have, that makes up the extra. And they're going to also get 2 dragons. So Sem9, now this is the critical point, because you're about to get your mythics completed, and on 1 mythic, that's where you need to see this LeBlanc start to take over.
Might be Might be a little late for that, I feel. I mean, they can set up a play. Arashi was able to get a kill back, but, like, Lazar just has been outplayed by Gory right now. We're going to see Arashi moving up to try and defend this turret, but it is so close to falling, and the Wukong has just not been able to find those engages. It's really just been, like, Aftermath. Gory going to look to hunt down No Name as he abducts, absconds right back to it. He doesn't even care about those barrels, and he's sitting on a cannon barrage of his own, but No Name walks away. The pressure, though, continues as PSG just starting to shove around the map, and it's, yeah, about a 4K gold lead, or close enough to it, Nightstar, mostly off plates.
And last, I assume that's probably like 1 or 2 HP there.
That's, yeah, that's a single-digit tower right there.
But, yeah, so far, Lazar dying 2 times, not exactly, you know, we expected a lot more from this pick, not necessarily from Lazar, unfortunately.
Well, this was, I mean, this was a weird flex, right? You know, we
Yeah.
thought, okay, yeah, that's fine. Like, you know, he flashed like a Talia to get some like good roaming. He's been stuck in lane and he's been fired out. Like, this was a gamble that did not pay off, and he's running out of time to make it work. Here we go.
Yeah.
Looks for Unified. Finds the chains. That's gonna be the
okay.
root, but no kill threat.
Yeah, because when we look into the inventory, Lazar doesn't have the mythic completed, so he is definitely not quite there with his possible impact, and that means we're going to get a second Herald for PSG. So PSG fully dominating the objective game, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's Gory lobbing down the cannon barrage. Mostly because I would assume that it was about to time out. So, makes sense there. And now for some 9, what's your next move? It has to be around this dragon in 2.5 minutes from now, right? Hopefully by then, Lazar has his mythic completed. I would assume it's going to be the Ludens, because you need to be able to pop somebody. The Everfrost, while has some utility, it really defeats the purpose of locking in the LeBlanc Yuumi combination, right? Yeah, that combo is supposed to try and overkill someone, not underkill.
Yeah, we were kind of hoping to see, like, you know, some roams out of this LeBlanc, maybe try to snowball in a lane or try to, like, you know, catch somebody out overextending, but 7-9 just have not been that proactive. I think Arashi has tried, but they just haven't been able to get to the picture, get to the play soon enough. Hanabi
This
down
could be
bot.
it.
This could be the play, maybe setting something up. They will open up, but he nars him right back in.
Surprise!
It's going to be Arashi going in for round 2. The hop, the skip, the flash. Going for more.
Oh, he
Another
still wants
cast,
it.
and Arashi whiffs it.
Yeah.
That's going to be Shelly charging up topside. And, you know, one of our stories coming into this, Nightstar, the fact that Hanabi has been maybe a little bit forced on the weak side. Well, he's had absolutely no trouble this game against No Name.
Yeah, this game, it hasn't been an issue. And I mean, for Arashi, it's been really hard to try and influence these lanes, right? Because of the fact that he hasn't been able to, he didn't get to punish anyone during the lane phase, and afterwards, like, there's no lane for him to play around. There's no CC.
Lane ended really early.
He has to be the CC and the damage, which is so hard to do as a jungler, because usually you're lacking one or the other.
Yeah, and I'm starting to question the draft a little bit here, right? Like, you know, this Ezreal for Shidodo is you know, is gonna be able to do some damage later on, but it's not gonna match what Unified can do. They let the Twitch fall through, and they picked the GP into the Gnar, which, like, sure, that's good late game as well, but it hasn't really held up to Hanabi. And then this LeBlanc is the real head scratcher, finally sitting on the Ludens, but I mean, it just never really was able to do much to Gory. It was like pre-6 pressure, and that's it.
Yeah, and this fight is everything for Sem9, because you finally hit your mythic power spikes all across the board, and now maybe you can find a pop, but it's still so difficult.
They're not moving for
I mean,
it.
It's not only the shield bow coming in from the Zeri, but it's also the fact that there's a loop, and
they're just giving it up.
They're giving it up. So
uh-oh.
That was their one timing window. I would have said is their chance, and they they've ignored it. So I don't know what we're waiting for, Pyro.
I don't either, man. This is, you know, we came into today talking about Sem9 having more of an identity, having more of an understanding of their win condition. This looks like Spring Split all over again. This is a worry. As Arashi gonna get stunned up against the wall.
No Name
manages to get away. No Name's chased down by Hanabi, looking for the Gnar. He shoves him right into Unified, and oh, it's League of Legends by the numbers for this PSG talent squad. They might as well be hitting target dummies.
Yeah, when the game is this slow, of course, you know, it feels good if you are the projected worst team. Because it gives you time to breathe. But unfortunately, like PSG, this is their comfort zone. I mean, this year, we've just known them to be incredibly slow-paced team. Even when they get leads, they don't just shove it down your throat like a J team. They don't just end the game on 24 minutes. At least not usually.
Whatever the opposite of full sending it is, that's PSG.
Yeah.
Usually, I will note their Deep Cross game. Their win against Deep Cross Gaming was like 26.5 minutes, which like is not terribly slow even in this meta. But yeah,
DCG helped them out though.
That's very true. There was a bit of an assist there. The CFO game was a lot longer. It was about 33.5. That is very late for this one. But let's take a look at this replay again. Like now that they have just been on the lead, Arashi realizes, oh no, this is a bad place to be. And No Name realizes a little bit too late as Hanabi with that full Narbar going on. Oh boy. Austin can't really do much, but hey, Austin's not dying this game. Give the man credit.
Well, he does die here, but he hasn't.
Eventually.
He hasn't had as bad of a game, and part of that I would definitely attribute to the fact that he is on the Yuumi. And you can understand why they had Arashi and Ashen in that area, right? Because of the fact that, hey, we want to protect this GP pick. But now, Bury just goes ahead, steals it away. We can see that
that's insult to injury.
Bury hasn't, like, forced any plays, but he's been, you know, clinical when he's needed to be, and such as just making sure the smite lands.
Exactly. And this is the PSG game plan. Just make sure everybody's doing the job, and we will be able to win because we've just got not only better players, but building those advantages. It is a game plan that works really well when your opposition cannot throw you any curveballs, cannot do much to you. We saw them lose out in the fight.
The force.
That was game costing. This is going to be the force. Can they make it happen as Kaiwing gets deleted off the map? No Name managing to get the kill on that one as they also find Jidodo. Unified
oh god, this is 2v5.
PSG,
2v5, do it.
I don't think they were ready for it. Nobody was ready for it, but Sem9 finds something as they quickly take 3, looking to kind of complete the sweep on this. As Gory runs for the hills, caught by the chains, goes in for the desperation play to turn down Lazar, who manages to stay alive at the last second. They will get 4 and now rush for the Baron. That is the turn.
Oh my god. All of a sudden, things just got way spicier than we expected, Fire. It is going to be 1v5. Gory doesn't have the teleport, so any help from Hanabi is going to be hoofing it rather than going to be there instantaneous. So Sem9 should be able to get this. The matter is, Hanabi, can he 1v4?
Oh, 3-member! If he gets in the wall, they get the smite down, but still doing so much damage, and they've got to get out of here with it. Okay, everybody flashing Arashi. He leaves the clone behind. It's fine. It's cool. But that was close. What? This game just went... This game went 0 to 60 really fast, Nightstar.
Oh, that was... But the thing is, that was an intentional play coming in from PSG. It's not even like, wow, Bury, he made a really big blunder. No, you can see the intent. It was, guys, we are face-checking that bush. Unified's on the same page, Kaiwing's on the same page. They really wanted to face check that bush. And let's just say the end result is they should not have wanted to face check that bush.
No, they were feeling themselves, they were feeling confident. We were just talking about how PSG are not the team to take the unnecessary risk. Well, they did that time, and it bit them in the behind. Sem9 now in the game, have a chance here. Have a big gold infusion, but crucially, it's Soul Point at 23 minutes. They got to fight for this.
Yes, that is one of the small problems that they are facing, as it will be Cloud Soul on the table, which is I mean, it's not like a
they're not
huge
fighting for it.
damage threat here, and maybe that's why they've given it up, but it's just so hard to compete against Cloud Soul Zeri.
Okay, here comes Gory to try and set up with Stolen Cyclone, and the rest of PSG coming to play. As they look for the chase
They get
down,
Gory.
they will be able to find Gory on
But
the Sem 9
Unified?
side, but what will they pay for? Is Gory looking to lock them up? 3 members quite low over there.
Oh
And
my
Dodo gets lasered
God.
down by Unified, who gets revenge for the earlier fight. The Nar shove does manage to find only Arashi's clone, but he's got
Arashi
nowhere
dead?
to go.
No.
And down he falls. The shutdowns come left, right, and center for PSG Talent.
Yeah, Unified left untouched, even though he is a quarter HP. Definitely still has a lot of power when left unchecked by these solo laners.
Oh boy.
They're coming back into this.
Yeah, you got to keep the Baron for a little bit. So 1 tower taken by the Baron power play, and then they lose 3 members. Can't quite get the one in the mid lane, but Sem9, as I've said before, even despite all of this, they are in a far better position than they were prior to that fight that PSG started.
Yeah, Gory starts things off, jumps straight onto Lazar, but doesn't have really all that much burst damage. So he jumps in and gives them a scare, but Lazar is able to stay in the fight. And this laser, this is why Zeri has come straight back into the fourfold, because the mobility and also how much damage that Zap does now. So
It's a big one.
It's a big Zap.
Yeah, you guys think you've seen Jinx from Arcane. How about Zeri from League of Legends? What a big old laser she's got. 25 minutes on the clock. It is a Cloud Soul. It is a 4,000 gold lead for PSG. It is not snowballed out of control, and a lot of that is in towers, which are left standing on the map for Sem9 as Lazar. I know we said he was less of a liability. I think he's back to being a liability, Nice Star.
Hey, at least you've got a Yumi.
That's true.
It heals you,
Yeah,
you know?
No Name is like Silver Linings, right? Like No Name is going to be big. I think Arashi has come up with some good plays, as this time he finds the smite on the red buff. And yeah, the Yumi is going to enable some of your damage dealers, but it does feel like they might end up playing this game mostly 4v5.
Yeah, it's, I mean, even
Unless Lazar
Dodo,
finds a pick.
he's waiting for his next item, which is going to be the Frozen Heart, knowing that, hey, there's a lot of AD threat, at least towards me, so I'm going to go ahead, build this Frozen Heart. The issue is, of course, Unified does do a decent chunk of magic damage, and there's always the threat of Gory. So he's got to space incredibly well against those two champions. Otherwise, I mean, Gory, he's got so much playmaking potential, right? Now he has the Zanyas completed. He can go into the backline and then into stasis to stay alive. The synergy, being able to get an extra rotation off with the Archangels is really, really nice and keeps him very healthy in combination with the Conqueror. So a lot of sustain coming out. And so far, it's kind of just been the Punk Chainsword coming in from Arashi to cut down on that.
See if he can make it happen. I think Arashi has been able to find some good plays, but unfortunately for him, Gory has looked even flashier with the Cyclones that he's stolen away. He's become the big primary engage for PSG Talon, where Hanabi can follow up and they can just keep on going. However, Sem9 still have a chance in this one. Arashi waiting in the wings to see if he can set up a play as he's joined by Ashin. Dodo keeping the waves clear as they're just trying to stop the PSG push. 45 seconds till the Baron spawns, and I feel like that is going to be a pretty big objective play. Sem9, they've given up a lot of these for free, though. The question is, will they do it again?
I mean, for sure, you have to contest Elder Dragon, right? Maybe you don't contest Baron. Even that's a little bit questionable because it's second Baron. Or actually, no, because they got the first Baron, so you're not having that extra snowball power. But you don't have a great wave clear against Baron minions, so even a Baron buff is going to be tough to fight against. It's just a matter of which fight do they opt to take. That's the real question, because Baron's about to spawn, but of course the Elder, which is, I would say, the bigger focus, still has 90 seconds.
Yeah, and I don't think you're taking either of these without winning a fight first, right? PSG just
Yeah,
good at, like, sniffing these out. you're not going to be able to rush it down. Vision control, of course, in their favor as they just continue to push deeper into the Sem9 jungle. Hanabi getting the ward clear away. No name to try to contest here. And this GP has been pretty heavily out-farmed, but does have his collector up. So 3 items. He's going to start to hurt pretty heavily, even compared to the likes of the Gnar, although you're getting a lot more value out of that 5v5. And GP doesn't even have to spend teleport to get engaged, but PSG going to take their time about this. They're going to let the Baron spawn. Maybe try to force Sem9 into a push.
Oh,
they
Gory.
do find Gory
His
on
turn.
the route, the final chapter. He goes golden. It's going to buy enough time for the team to arrive. Will they be able to take the play? Arashi goes in for round 2. This is going to be the
Unified
fight.
stays
Sem9
alive.
will win or lose
Lazar.
off the back of this
Oh,
one.
no.
Lazar goes deep. Lazar gets deleted. Ashen's going to fall next. That's the double kill for Gory. And it's coming up PSG as Hanabi absorbs the pressure. Arashi can do nothing as Buri can't quite go down.
Oh, the chain command.
Dodo and No Name trying to hold the line, but that is easily going to be Baron and Elder and just about everything for PSG Talent.
Oh man, you saw the angle for Lazar. You have to respect him trying to take that angle. The issue was he got CC'd, couldn't get out, and that's not only just one death. It cost them their other big team fight power, which is of course the Yuumi. So if they still had the Yuumi up, maybe they have an opportunity to slow things down and kind of poke their way back into it. But because the Yuumi also goes down on the back end, that's where things really fall apart. At first, it seemed like it was going to be a replay of when Buri really wanted to face check that bush and just died straight up, but ends up surviving using the stasis. It was an important cooldown. And then when Lazar goes in, he gets hit by the knockup coming in from Wukong, and it was just a complete flub. After that, it's just Sem9 just have to sprint as fast as they can, and unfortunately, you're up against Cloud Soul.
There you are. Lazar's ult stolen by Gory here. Cloud Soul on the table, or excuse me, Elder on the table. PSG already have the Baron in their pocket, going to try to just complete the collection to end this game. And it's Sem9 with the desperation fight as they try to keep them zoned off. And Lazar just can't do anything. Even with the Yuumi on, they've got the root, but they've got no damage. As Dragon resets, now it's PSG with the Prio.
Yeah, teleport still available on Gory. He's looking for a recall. But
it's gonna be the Gnar denied. Teleport comes through. Here's Gory.
Gory's
behind
them.
Two. Keep your eyes on the flank
Wukong.
as he looks for the play with the Wukong ultimate. Gets stuffed for just a second, but it doesn't matter as they take Shidodo out of the fight, and PSG just collapse for the Goomba Stomp. Never mind the Dragon. That's gonna be GG.
There's definitely some hiccups here and there, but I mean, it was unexpected hiccups, we could say, against Sem9, but in the end, 31 minutes into the game, maybe a little bit more labored, but par for the course on this patch. PSG pulled themselves up to 3-1, and Sem9, you showed one flash of brilliance, but unfortunately, that's not enough against a team like PSG.
No, it is not. Gory even hitting them with the Zanya's round 2. Thing that kept him alive there as PSG will improve, as you said, to 3-1. Sem9 still in the hunt. We need to see more from this team. I think there was a fair bit of regression in that game, and that is troubling for a squad that we had higher hopes for. Maybe not in this game in particular.
Yes.
But just in general.
Definitely in general, we expected to see a little bit more. But improvements came in the fact that they solved their issue of their coach getting caught out of position by just saying, hey, we'll put you on to Yuumi, right? So maybe the Yuumi is going to be the key player in future drafts for Sem9, but we get to see the replay. It's really just about Gory being able to win this 1v2 essentially, right? Because he's up against the Yuumi, and because he burns the Yuumi ultimate, that's a big team fight ultimate gone from them. And then he has the reset, whereas Lazar doesn't go for his own, whereas he definitely could have, and perhaps he just didn't see that angle. And now the teleport comes in, they're just pinched, they have nowhere to go, they have to decide which angle they want to approach because they're sandwiched, and because they aren't able to hard commit because they don't have, remember, the Yuumi ultimate, so no way to assert their dominance, and pop they go.
Yeah, and this was just very calculated on the PSG side, right? Even the back, the teleport, the setup, and it didn't really matter what necessarily happened to Gory. They were just able to make the play. PSG, you did say a couple unexpected hiccups, and I think it's true. Like maybe feeling themselves a little too much, pushing a little too deep in enemy territory, showing that they could be punished, but they just outclassed over and over on the whole, and that's why they get the win on the board. So PSG, you know, I don't think it's like the unstoppable dominance that we saw from them before, but a team like Sem9 not going to be able to be the team to knock them off. Not in this game, not in this meta, not in this week, it turns out. But I think for Sem9, if they can tune up some of the champion pick choices, maybe make a few changes. I liked the Yui, did not like the LeBlanc. I think that was the problem.
Yeah, I think most people will be critical about the LeBlanc, knowing that Lazar isn't necessarily a player to get ahead in lane. So maybe if it was a really big assassin player or a really skilled player that's able to get 1v1 kills or focuses more so on those, maybe you give it to him and see what kind of magic they can do. Lazar hasn't shown that he's one of those players.
Yeah, and I think they were flashing through a number of champions that I really would have liked to see. I think the Talia could have stepped up really big there. You know, you can still keep the Sylas at arm's length. And yes, you can give him something like the Weaver's Wall, but you know, I don't think that really makes that
That's
big
not a
difference.
combat ult.
Yeah, it's not really, you're not really worried about it too much, right? And at the same time, like, I think Gory did a really good job at holding on in lane. There was a little bit of pressure looked at him. Arashi just couldn't really match what was going on around the map. Like, he definitely tried to set up for plays, but PSG played really, really well at keeping the Wukong and the rest of the Sem9 squad at arm's length a good chunk of the time. They denied a lot of counter pressure opportunities, and Hanabi, the one potential weakness that we've been talking about, kind of just flexed on No Name. Like, he got a decent CS lead, he was fine, he had big Gnar ults. I mean, we know this guy can play Gnar, so maybe we needn't have worried. Nightstar, PSG having very little trouble in this victory over Sem9.
Yeah, and obviously the big critique when it came to the draft phase was the LeBlanc, but at the same time, the GP, you know, where it came in the draft, maybe you just let it get banned in the second phase, but they opted to take the GP over the Twitch. Maybe the Twitch is something that Twitch is, of course, one of those champions that has game-changing ability, whereas the Ezreal is like, you know what an Ezreal can do, right? There's a pretty solid floor. Yes, it's pretty high, but the ceiling doesn't also feel like it's there. The ceiling is very dependent on the player, and I don't think Shiadono early in his career has that high to be able to flip the game on its head.
I agree with that one, but you know who has the high ceiling? It's Gory, who gets an MVP once again here on this Sylas play. Definitely set up so many engages, and his Cyclones that he stole away from Arashi were critical to the team's success time and time again.
Now the real question is going to be, what's his MVP rate going to be at the end of the season, right? Because right now I think he's gotten 3 out of 3 for his team. So far 100% of their wins has also translated into 100% of his MVPs. So
that's math.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how things progress, but like, Gory's been unreal in these team fights, and that was yet another display of how good he can be, and that PSG has to be put, or PCS has to be put on watch.
Absolutely. I think he's making a massive splash, and PSG improving to 3-1 feels good for the returning champions, our MSI representatives, and we'll see if they keep on crushing it, maybe correct the few mistakes we have seen. But we are 3 games in the books, Nightstar. We're rolling on through today. We've had some interesting games so far. We've had some good big jungle differences. We've had teams make games maybe a little unexpectedly spicy. I think a few surprises in the mix, but maybe we've got a little bit more coming up. What do you think?
Yeah, I think these last 2 games to finish out the day are going to be incredibly fun and definitely important to watch.
Oh yeah, and you know, I'll be frank with you, because they're playing J-Team next right after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. we're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got the 5-star service. You got the 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your eighth chakra. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. Tell me what's this feeling? Tell me why I lost my self-control. Why is my heart still beating? For you, for you, for you. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve it. I don't deserve the hell when you leave me hurting. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve this. Don't deserve you.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
Are you bitter? There's something about the way you sound, just like you do. Devil, sinner, to everyone, know what you because the bit of time until they get you. Honey, just another reason that you won't be with me. Anything you take, yeah, you take, it's gonna break. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges and you know that I can't. 'Cause this is all that
And welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Summer Split. Here we have got two more games to close out our day. We're kicking things off, and it is going to be a litmus test for both squads, as is Frankie Sports taking on J-Team. But before we get into that, I do want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsor, CTBC Bank, always by our side, and always by yours as well. Now, Mr. Nightstar, J-Team may be undefeated, but Frank Esports are not far behind. How do you like those boys who are bearing your name into battle?
They've come out of at the start a lot better than I think I would have expected, especially like given the fact that they added a new top laner. Maybe it would have taken a little bit of time to try and figure how to play with YSKM, but so far it's been pretty good results, and it's been very nice to have a top laner for Frank Esports that's able to hold his own during the lane phase, and I think that's why he's probably one of the most exciting players this split. We had ICU, of course, but he wasn't exactly on a very competitive team. I think YSKM is even more exciting because not only is he a player that's displayed that he's able to play these big carry champions in the top lane, he's also on a pretty competitive team as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the full roster, including YSKM. We're going to see Holo in the jungle, Pretender in the mid. Still on loan from PSG Talon, Eminem, and Rebirth is going to be starting today over carries. So we will see Rebirth's first shot on the Rift for this split. And I think there is a lot to like about this roster and about this team. Hey, first of all, they've got a proper real logo now, too. Everything's coming up Frank.
Yeah, they've got the uniforms out, so hey, that's a big credit to them. They also have them all in same house, which is great. No doubt that has played a huge factor on how well they've been able to really start out the split, and hopefully they're able to maintain that momentum. Yes, they had a bit of a hiccup against CFO, which it felt like it was same old Frank. We're not going to pull the trigger. And all of a sudden the game's just over. But I think it'll certainly be more active game against J-Team, not only because CFO are also one of those teams that, like, if you don't poke them, they won't poke you. They won't poke back either. J-Team's definitely one to look to actively take fights.
Oh yeah, you're going to have to find the openers up against the J-Team side if you want to get the win for them. And I think this is going to be the big test for the side of Frank Esports, if they are certainly the real deal up against one of our top squads, and typically a squad that has been more of a gatekeeper of the bottom half of the table, right? J-Team have always been able to do that. But speaking of, we now shift our focus from Hong Kong to Taipei, as J-Team will be taking the Rift. Driver in the top lane for today. Haven't seen him since the first game of the split. Joining Kongye, Uniboy, Lil V, and Enzo. They are going to be ready to play today to try to add another win to the column to make it a round 4.
Yeah, and this is a game that has a little bit more implications, right? In the first game, they played against DCG, so they had Driver in. And the next two, they played some not so competitive teams, and then they had Rock in. So I think they're trying to work in Rock, but for the time being, Driver's the one that's going to be taking on the more critical matches until they figure out how to get Rock fully integrated into the squad.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see the evolution of comparing the two top laners, and also YSKM on the opposite side, what he is going to be able to do for the team. But we will be comparing our junglers, because when you got it Kongye on one side, I think you always have to see how the opposition stacks up. Holo certainly going to be no slouch there, and has been a little more involved in getting his team's kills. This is actually looking pretty big for Holo. I mean, and this is a player who I think has had ups and downs throughout his PCS career, but he's coming in hot.
Yeah, so far, when you compare the stats, even though Frank Esports have dropped a game, remember, they are 2-1, whereas J-Team are a perfect 3-0. The stats look pretty comparable all across the board. So this is a nice look for the side of Frank Esports as they look to try and match up individually against J-Team. I think that's, for the most part, how J-Team win, right? They match you individually, and then they kind of grind things out. They aren't... if you're a worse off team, they will absolutely display that difference. And that's why when they play some of these lower teams, the games just end very, very quickly. So depending on how Frank Esports, how long they drag the game out, maybe that's a measurement of how good this team really is.
Well, certainly keep an eye on the game clock, among other things, today. as we get into picks and bans. Gragas off the table immediately. That was a big driver champion last split, in all fairness, and we did see a pretty good AP build of it earlier today, as the Corki is banned away from the side of Pretender. Has been his most played champion across 3 games. He's had it twice, and I think Uniboy also no slouch on it. But Uniboy is a player who likes a particular type of champion. I feel like he's not going to be too worried about lacking a Corki.
Yeah, and we actually see Frankie Sports ban away the Lissandra, so perhaps prioritizing maybe a Ahri pick, whether it's in, I don't think it's going to be first pick, but perhaps in the second phase, or if both of the top tier junglers are left available, maybe they do go ahead lock in Ahri, and they just take away the other priority jungler on the second phase.
Mm-hmm. For J-Team, a little bit of respect
Okay,
Frankie Sports' new top laner, as they have that Fiora removed, and yeah, Wukong banned, followed by the Zeri. No brainer there. But yeah, Wukong being banned blue side, not wanting to take it for Holo. He actually hasn't played this champion. I wonder if this means that Holo doesn't feel great about playing the Wukong.
Now, perhaps not something up his wheelhouse, or they're just prioritizing this bottom lane.
Mm-hmm.
The
Eminem is a big carry.
Yeah, the Kalista has looked pretty good coming in from Eminem, but there's also still that Lucian available. And Lil V, I think, would fit more for him, although Aphelios, when you do pick the Kalista, it does enable the Aphelios to get picked up here, and that's just what they'll go with.
And the Renata takeaway, too. So, I mean, both, well, Carrie's obviously being a big Renata player. I don't know about Rebirth, since we haven't seen him on it yet, but this is the pickup for Enzo as they round to the bot lane. Usually we see more prio on jungle early, but not with Frank and J-Team. Oh, we're going to see the Mummy combo yet again.
Ooh, okay. The Kalista and Mumu combination has been pulled out a fair amount of times. Has really, really good team fighting, right? Because not only do you have the bandage toss to close the gap, if that misses, you can always use the Kalista ultimate, or you can use the Kalista ultimate into the bandage toss to cover even more distance for that Amumu ultimate. Now that's looking like they're going to lock in the Victor, which is interesting because usually this is where you would go ahead and lock in your jungler. And it does mean we will see Viego get taken away in the second phase, unless if it does get locked in here, which, you know, it's Kongyue, so makes a lot of sense as well. But a lot of things changing. Last week it was all about, hey, we pick our duo lane and then we pick our jungler. Everything's just super stock standard. But because of the dynamic of what blue side brings to the table, if you go ahead and pick a solo lane, it feels like, I guess, red side immediately counter picks it.
Yeah, this is a little bit odd as teams just kind of reacting to each other and doing something very, very different. Trundle now banned away by the J-Team side. As the jungle pool should be hit here, as it is the big prio coming up next.
Yeah, it should be the Viego taken off the table. Has a lot of dive potential, synergy with the Sylas. And of course, you just steal all the abilities of those champions afterwards.
Yeah, but the GP.
GP take it away, okay. Maybe looking for a blind pick Gnar then. Definitely a champion that could fit the bill. I would fully expect J-Team to pick Viego if left available, and then just save counter pick for Driver up in this top side, because that would prevent YSCam from going wild. But if the Viego pick does get banned away, then maybe, okay, it's actually going to be an Gnar ban. So they're trying to force a volatile matchup, but does J-Team actually go ahead and opt into a blind pick top laner? Because it just feels like you just pick jungle here and make sure Driver doesn't get bodied in lane by giving him counter pick.
Yeah, I think that is the no-brainer. I mean, it's surprising that Viego made it through to this rotation, but it does get picked up by Kongi. Okay. This has been a very, very weird pick and ban, Nightstar.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, the Lee Sin kind of makes sense. We've seen this matchup, of course, plenty of times in the previous split. And when you have a couple of junglers being taken off the table, it also makes a lot of sense. You're not going to go for something like a Diana because you already have the Amumu and you already have a Victor. So,
Ooh, but the switch
okay.
up, we got the Poppy lock. All right,
Poppy
talk to me about
also
this.
works. Poppy definitely also works out a decent amount here. Ooh. But we are hovering some interesting picks here for our last
and
one.
YSCam could play any of these, I feel like.
Yeah. He's just been...
come on, that'll be boring.
Okay.
Gwen would be boring here.
Gwen, very strong
It is good. It
blind
is good.
pick here.
There we go. There we go, YSCam.
Okay,
We
there
ourselves
we
another
go.
Jax. We've seen
So-
this before.
Jax comes out, and some of the champions that you would like to pick, of course, he's great into tanks because tanks don't really bully him out, allow him to scale up, also doesn't threaten him when he's on the side lane. We know it counters Gwen in the 1v1, which we already saw come out from ICU when he opted. He's played both sides of the matchup, and Jax won very, very handily in both of those instances.
Interesting.
But the one big thing of Gwen is that she does team fight better than Jax. So if top lane is, somewhat even and it's not super lopsided, then Gwen will have more impact early on in these team fights. So that's what we need to see here from this Gwen pick. But for the side of Frank Esports, the Poppy pick brings a lot of early game and a lot of utility. When you look at this front line, Poppy and Mumu is pretty punishing if they get on top of you. Lots of CC and lots of lockdown. So I don't hate this approach because you have some pretty strong carries in the Jax, in the Victor, and the Kalista to a certain degree.
Poppy, pretty punishing. That's going to be one heck of a vocal warm-up there. Nightstar, this is, I feel like this is Frank Esports throwing down the gauntlet a little bit and putting a lot of trust in their rookie top lane. You talked about YSCam being one of the most exciting prospects in the league this split, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. Definitely saying, I don't care what you pick into me, the Jax is going to be able to wreck your day. So we'll see if it works out, if Frank Esports can find their third win here with this lineup. It is honestly just a pinball machine of bops and bashes and a little bit of a laser thrown in there for fun. But for the J-Team side, it's a pretty respectable amount of damage and some solid counter-engage, good team fighting. Who do you like? I mean, nameplate's off because I feel like this is so hard to call.
Yeah, it is really, really hard to call. But overall, I feel like Frank Esports' composition does have a little bit more to offer. You've got the CC, right? That's kind of the one thing that J-Team don't quite have. They're going to be heavily reliant on Gravitum coming in from Aphelios or the ultimate coming in from Renata. It has to be a big hostile takeover almost every single time.
We have seen some big ones, and they are very game-changing, but you have to keep in mind, on the opposite side, there is that Curse of the Sad Mummy. Lock people up for the big plays. Team fighting, though, J-Team definitely seem to be more focused on that. When you have a Jax in this, I feel like you kind of put yourself into that 4-1 a lot more, even though Jax has been able to turn the tables on some fights.
Yeah, and when it comes to the early game, again, more so eyes onto this Poppy pick. She needs to find some things early on to get things rolling, but there are a lot of lanes to gank, though, which is the nice part. You don't pick Poppy when you have losing lanes. That is the worst situation. You pick Poppy to snowball off of lanes that can already snowball pretty hard themselves, and that's exactly the case we have here in this game, because if you get Jax a couple kills, he just runs out of control. And in this bot lane, like Kalista, we know how Kalista can snowball very hard. And the Mumu pick, of course, melee support. If he gets ahead, he can just kind of jump in nonstop.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that Poppy of Holos. It's actually his first Poppy in his career as a jungler, if you can believe it. Had to scroll back through a couple years worth of stats just to check that one out, and I don't believe he's played this champion before. So, first time for everything.
Yeah, and YSCam, he has been the name of the week number 1, besides, of course, Gory. So all eyes on him to see how well he does. This is a much different team this time around that he's playing up against. He did have a game against Rest that he wasn't able to find a whole lot of impact, but I think that was more so, you know, CFO. Rest is one of those top laners that's very hard to take advantage of.
Yeah, I think Rest is not immune to making mistakes, right? But it's a little bit different and not as high impact. I think Driver, you know, opting into the Gwen matchup that we have seen lose in the 1v1. Well, I do feel like YSCam could have a big opening here, and let's see if Frank Esports can work with it. They do get a bit of a roam invade into blue. I don't think... Yeah, there we go. Now they see Kongye, who is going to be zoned off for just a second, just a delay. Not really doing much else as they've already pushed the wave. It does give Hollow information, though.
Yeah, it also means that he can just instantly bop that Crab and turn his attention towards top Crab, where he does have top lane priority. So this is a great start for the Poppy, also a great start for the Jax, because you know that you're not under threat. You can easily crash this wave up into the top side, get your recall off, walk all the way back, and you're just in a really nice spot. So Frank Esports, actually, Hollow is going to go towards the Krugs instead of that top Crab, because he does want to be here in the event that he sees the Viego try and force a gank bot lane.
Yeah. Doesn't need to, as Kongye will be backing off, but, you know, feels good for Frank to kick things off. Building the small advantages. Pretender actually finding some early damage on Uniboy. I think Pretender's somebody that we were really excited about coming into Spring Split, but we haven't talked about him much in summer. And
It's been YSKM and Eminem. That's why.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like he's not excited compared to everybody else on the team, but that doesn't mean he's not exciting. There's a lot to like on this Frank lineup.
Yeah, and one of the issues has been in that CFO game, he did get kind of bodied in lane. So I do like the fact that they drafted a strong laning champion for him, because it hasn't been an issue for him in team fights or finding angles to start team fights. It's been the other things. And now YSKM, he knows this matchup, and he knows that Gwen just doesn't ever win. So again, like Driver, he probably also picked this matchup because he knows as well, but he wants to have a little bit more team fight impact. But as it stands, 5 minutes into the game, there's no team fights happening yet.
No, and this Jax is already starting to get a very, very healthy lead. Driver teleports back to lane, obviously, you know, has the timer on YSKM there, but still finding himself a little behind. And this is honestly, if you're the Jax player in the situation, it feels really, really good. And that's going to be at least one losing lane. The question is, what else can he get done on the map? I think Kongye, pressure's going to be on him a little bit once 6 dings to try and make something happen.
Yeah. And how does Poppy get a double Crab? That is my question, right? Because Kongye, he could have just gone for that top Crab, but with his lanes as is, he just couldn't actually make his way over. And Hollow actually, on this Poppy, which isn't known for speed clearing, snags himself a double Crab. So that feels really, really nice, because usually the Poppy has to get really far ahead through ganks, gank pressure. But so far, you know, still behind in the XP, sure, but keeping up in the gold is really, really nice.
Yeah, and they've actually managed to get a catch onto Enzo. It's not going to take very, very long, though, as Hollow gets rooted down to the ground, denied for just a second by Lil V. Good gun swap. All the same. Everywhere on the map, things are at the very least even for Frank Esports. Kongye. Oh, no, there's the flash forward. They find another stun. Enzo taken low and taken to the wall. Not down for first blood yet. There they go. The bailout is not enough as Rebirth chased down by Kongye.
And they turn. That's the question.
Absorbs his essence, and it's become a 2v2, and they will back away. So supports traded on the map. Flash is burnt on both sides as well. Excuse me, Ignite for Flash, I should say.
Yeah, both supports.
And a Flash by Rebirth.
Do die, and it's both junglers to get the kills as well. So I would say the trade is a little bit more in favor for J-Team because of where that gold went. But in the early game, Poppy, definitely nothing to scoff at. And Frank Esports, right now, 400 gold lead. And while this Kalista isn't going to have a good time into the Philios later on into the game, still provides a lot of utility. And by the time that, you know, you would say the Kalista's impact sort of fades, the Jax is going to be on low. So we get to see the replay, a lot of damage poured into Enzo, and they just really try and draw and bait this fight, but Enzo's just way too low. That's why when he gets caught out here, yes, he's buying time with his bailout, but he still ends up dying because they just aren't able to return damage fast enough.
Ooh, and Eminem just lines up the shot perfectly to get that extra spear in there. As Rebirth does die through it all, so, you know, that's, as you mentioned, a little back for Kongye. But really, just so much value out of the bandage toss. I suppose that's one way to answer the handshake. As Rebirth goes roaming into mid lane right now.
Yeah, just making sure it gets a comfortable back here, reset the wave, and now turn their attention over to this dragon. So we'll see if one of these teams want to force a dragon take here. I think it would be a little bit optimistic. But Hollow is level 6, so he now has access to the hammer.
Oh yeah, he can just knock somebody right out as he flashes over. That was a Hex Flash. Man, that's an interesting bit of tech.
Going for the Ultra Aggression. Rebirth and Kongre. Bit of a staring contest, even though they don't necessarily know that they're staring at each other. But yeah, so this Poppy pick will be able to give value later on too, because you think the one big target here is, oh man, what if we overcommit and then the Aphelios just gets to destroy us? Well, you can just knock them out.
Collapse on the flank. They get the double stun right now. Kongye trying to get the collapse on, but this is 3v3, 3v4, I should say, and they're pretty happy about that one, even through the bailout. Enzo goes down. Talk about optimism. J-Team didn't wait until Uniboy was with them to start the fight.
Well, actually, they did. But the problem was Hollow just bopped them out with the Justice Hammer. Knocked them away.
Excuse me. Sorry, I blinked and missed it. My bad, Nightstar. But yeah, that's the numbers. You gotta be careful with
it. Exactly. He shows up and he's gone. And
you gotta reset at that point.
Uniboy just doesn't even get a say at that point. So he's just like, well, I tried, guys. And we're gonna see the replay. And it's just off screen, right? He just shows into the screen and he's gone. Bye-bye.
Yep.
And afterwards, like, there's just nothing left. Like, you need the initiation power coming in from a Sylas. Yes, Lil V has a lot of chakrams going on, but he's got no front line to stand in front of him to do damage.
Speaking of front line, Enzo trying to absorb Curse the Sad Mummy. That is going to be another Renata taking the picture. Away, actually. That's the bailout. They didn't pull the red stacks out. Enzo gets the kill onto Eminem, and oh boy, do not play with your food too long. It might bite back.
I think it's just Frank Eastwards overstaying there. They didn't get the reset. I assume they didn't get the reset because of how low their mana bars are. That fight wasn't as clean as they would have liked. But we should just have kind of a return to, all right, everyone gets their reset, everyone gets their items, and now it's time to Dragon Dance again. Yeah, we see Rebirth has a lot of mana, Eminem does not. So trade happens, Rebirth goes back in, knowing Hollow's there. And this is a lot of damage. A lot of damage coming through, but he Ren's there, so he doesn't have the Ren for Enzo. And even though he has a lot of damage, no cooldown, and probably might have also been a mana issue as well. So it could have been twofold for that brief instance. But because we didn't get to see the rend earlier, it does look a little bit funky.
Yeah, there we go. So Eminem just slightly off, and Enzo able to heal up a little bit through all of that on the refillable. Does find a kill back for himself on the Renata, and now we're right back to the Dragon. It's going to get secured.
Does have Kalista
and now
ultimate.
The chase is on. Flash out from Rebirth. Oof.
Yeah, maybe not close enough to for Eminem to ult him out, or maybe they just wanted to hold on to it because if you look at the summoners, he has his Hex Flash, so he's still able to make some plays when it comes to the lane phase. And since we're still kind of stuck in the lane phase, it's almost actually better for him to lose the flash there, right? Because you can just keep play making it. YSKM, he gets himself a blue buff. Yes, it hasn't been an impressive lane that we saw when he played this matchup against ICU, but we are going to slowly see him just accrue larger and larger advantages.
Yeah, he's got to play the Rune King on that back as well, so comes in a lane, that blue buff. Going to be able to zone Driver away for the time being. We are starting to see the Mythics come through. Kongye gets the Divine Sunderer for himself, as Holo starts up in full vision on this Rift Herald.
But he has a support.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like even if you see it, you can't necessarily stop it. Good support system, Frank Esports. Now Kongya going to try to contest, or at least sniff for this. They've got Driver as well. We could be in for a big old objective fight.
Yeah, but it'd be 45
Flash.
right now.
And the Curse of the Sad Mummy looking to delete Uniboy off the map. He flashes away. That's a hostile
Driver's out
takeover,
of
and Driver's in the mix now. Gwen might be immune, but not when people are right in her face. It's going to be Rebirth going down as the first casualty. Driver will finally fall. YSKM follows as well. That's a double kill. Lil V getting 2 right off the bat, and Kongye going in for the Heartbreaker to take down Eminem, and that's 3 quick kills in exchange for Driver. Will Pretender be able to find an answer there? I don't think so. Lil V, he can't hop that wall, but it doesn't matter.
Bold pathing choice coming in from Lil V. And if he goes down, maybe the side Frank Esports are able to stop that Rift Herald, but Rift Herald still goes into... Oh, it actually went into the hands of Hollow. Wait a second. I didn't notice it.
Yeah,
But
let's take a look at how the fight... I think he finished it off in the chaos, but...
yeah, I think he just ignored.
This was funky.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. We see the engage onto Uniboy, but Uniboy...
So close.
You know, that's the durability patch difference right there. And then Rebirth goes in. He tries to go and make a follow-up play, but that's always the danger of trying to re-engage when you're low HP against a Viego composition, because the Viego gets that reset and off to the races he goes.
And I think critically, right, like one of the reasons we see that Gwen being prioritied for J-Team, even in a losing 1v1, is just right there. You force everyone to get right up close and personal to deal damage because Gwen is immune at a distance. So everybody gets close. They have to invest pretty heavily into taking down Driver, and then it kind of just lines up the shot. Uniboy getting away is also kind of the icing on the cake for J-Team. Yeah, they lose out on the Herald, but they get a really good turn on the fight. They get a decent bit of gold advantage, and look where it falls. It's in the Viego's pocket. It's into the Aphelios pocket that buys the Gale Force now, so all of a sudden you're ahead on 2 of your most valuable carries.
Yeah. However, at the same time, for Frank Esports, it is 2 kills onto the Victor, so he is accelerated in that regard. Is going to be able to get those upgrades just a little bit faster, and the Victor is the one carry that they can't really touch on the side of J-Team, so that will be problematic for them to deal with. It's just a matter of making sure that they are able to land some CC, but that's the other issue. They don't have like reliable CC to land onto a target like a Victor if he wants to play safe. Well, no one's going to force him out of position.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the reasons why Pretender opts for this champion, right? And I think we've seen it from him a decent bit in this spring split. If I remember correctly, like this was one of the champions that had a fairly high success rate. Maybe not. I think he only had like maybe 1 win on it, but doesn't matter. It's been up pretty well right now, and I think for Frank Esports, despite the gold deficit, there are things we like to see. Maybe just a couple inches away from getting those kills, a little bit of misplays. We don't normally see Eminem with a negative score, but like both those plays kind of inches away from becoming positive, you know?
Yeah. Very, very small margins. And if they were able to get that Silas, also would have made a difference. It would have evened out the gold, and they might have considered trying to return on that fight and get more out of it, but like, whoa. Doesn't change the fact that YSKM is just a behemoth. Right?
He's doing Jax things at this point. Yeah, he's got a
like
big old
Driver
hefty gold
has the Riftbreaker now completed, also has the steel cap boots. But because you go for steel caps, it means that there's a faster spike coming in from the Jax, being able to snag that Blade Room King. And because they got the first tower, or the first dragon, they don't have to invest themselves onto the second one. So they just turn their attention on trying to continue to snowball YSKM.
And YSKM is just focusing the tower right now. It turns into a 2v2 with Shelly in the mix, and you're out of there.
That's a home run.
Yep. At least a double. Watching Poppy is fun. I miss that, man.
Poppy's definitely...
That's a great champion.
Incredibly fun. Definitely a remake that felt good.
Yes. Her old ult was, how do I put this? Scuffed?
It was fun in a different way.
I mean, if your name was like Vizicachi or something, that was back in the day that I was casting him in LEC.
Well, it was fun for the Poppy player, maybe not for whoever she ulted.
Yes, that's very true. It's kind of like playing against the Tryndamere.
Exactly. But so
that's
far,
triple
like
number
all
lane.
things considered, Pyro, like it's only a 500 gold difference.
No, this is good for Frank. Like,
Yeah,
this does not feel bad.
We talked about coming into this game. If J Team just absolutely bodied Frank Esports, that's kind of a litmus test of saying like Frank Esports are good, but not an upper team, because J Team body everyone that's not an upper team. So, given that they have dragged this out, relatively quiet game, bodes well. Very well.
Oh yeah, and the fact that they have late game in many parts in their favor, right? I mean, like, yes, the bottom lane is not going to be nearly as effective. Eminem, who has traditionally been one of the big carries for this team, is not only behind but isn't going to be favored up against the Aphelios the late game. But you have a Victor and you have a Jax. Those are two extremely difficult to deal with champions at the late stages of the game. I think Holo is making this Poppy work for him well in the first time. And yeah, I think Frank have clearly latched onto a win condition that's going to involve the upper half of the map, and that's okay. For J Team, they're looking to try and out team fight. They're looking to use Lil V to their advantage. They're looking to have Driver get in the mix when YSCam can't follow through as well. But if Frank Esports play well around the map, playing 4-1 is not easy, but you can deny a lot, as Holo denies Kongye the jump in, but this is going to be the start of the Rift Herald. Let's see how Frank Esports reacts.
Those look like they're kind of fishing around here, but I don't think they'll look to contest because of their break points, although now they're making a late contest.
There's the wind up. Herald's going to reset. This is just the pullback for J Team. So, I mean, really not a whole lot burned. And again, you just deny Kongye the jump in multiple times. Uniboy steals away the Curse of the Sad Mummy.
Close.
That's pretty impactful.
Yeah, everyone
right?
bit on the
It's
edge
tense.
of their seats for that moment, and now the team fight feels all the more real, because one of the other changes for Poppy is that when you hold onto the ultimate, it will reset. Although now we hit 20 minutes, so the Rift Herald fight isn't going to be there anymore. It's going to be a Baron fight. And
Rift Herald
YSCam just
evolved into
doesn't
Baron.
care. He doesn't care.
Yeah. No, he doesn't.
Oh
He
my
doesn't have
god,
to.
look at how much damage.
Needle work from
now
Driver,
he's
but
in
here
trouble.
comes Hollow around the side. And they're just going to be able to pinball down.
a
That's
lot
a lot
of
of damage
healing.
being dealt, but even with the going golden on the stopwatch, it's not going to matter. That's going to be the kill.
Yeah, Hollow plays that perfectly, where he tanks it up, makes sure that YSCam can go ahead and get the final blow without coming under threat of dying to tower. So that's YSCam on the board on the Jax, and the moment that happens, that's when things get pretty crazy. It's a 2k gold difference in the top laners right there. And even though the 80 carry, there is a bit of a gap, a BF sword gap. A BF sword gap isn't the same as a 2k gold gap, because that's still plus 700 difference. And Pretender holding his own against Uniboy does opt into the Morello Nomcom, which is definitely an interesting purchase. I don't think it's bad to get Grievous Wounds, but of course Grievous Wounds did get nerfed. So I don't know about upgrading the Grievous Wounds. So we'll see. As again, like, he's one of the big win conditions. You really need the damage, but now maybe a collapse onto YSKM, but I almost feel like
That's a
he
3-level
probably
differential.
1v2.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if you're feeling that one, Kongye. Really good job by Frank Esports. They were able to keep a lot of waves clear. It opens up opportunities for them to make moves like this to try and collapse around the map. Something you can do with the Victor and a Jax.
On the side?
YSCam. Uh-oh, he gets jumped on right now, and he's going to
Kinda
buy a little bit
YOLO.
of time with the stopwatch of his own, as he does YOLO a little bit into this one, and the
he's so
Renata
tanky.
Glass ultimate is going to keep this team
Oh,
going
YSCam?
against itself as the shutdown comes in. Finally, they run out of steam on the Frank
Oh,
Esports
Kongye!
side. And this is Kongye with the pop-off. They got one, they got two. They're going to get even more from this one as everyone but Pretender gets cleaned up. And yeah, he hits him with the what-face crab. I don't think he even really realized what just happened.
Oh, lordy.
Oh,
Pretender,
this is huge.
1v5.
He's trying, but that still might be Baron. As he gets some power siphoning on, Kongye could get taken off the map here, but he goes too deep. He runs the risk of being baited. Driver is going to take this dragon, but yeah, solo Pretender managed to stop their take. Pretender takes it away. Are you kidding me?
He stops the Baron and he takes away the dragon. He might end
This
up
man!
dying. But
I don't know
who
about that.
cares? Who cares? In fact, he gets more. He forces the teleport. Like, this is as 1v9 as it got right there in the last 30 seconds.
Just saved that play. YSKM, it looks like he's baiting the team. They're not in for it. Yeah, he fully recommits to lifestyle. Just sends it entirely. And he tries to get away at the last second. Shut down. Things get really bad here for Frank Esports. And
Because
they lose
they
this
have
fight
Jax.
massively.
Now you have a Jax stun. He jumps in, has the Jax,
But
gets a
Pretender,
multi-man
we don't even get
dust.
to watch what he just does.
Oh
All right,
my
I
God.
can't believe that.
All right,
this is
now
1v3.
it's time.
Yeah, all right. Silenced on 1v3. I don't think he's going to be able to last very long. But what are Frank going to get for it? They're on the Baron right now. And the Pilo.
Yeah, not quite enough time. And the key thing is they don't know that the Gwen used teleport. So in their minds, they're thinking the Gwen is going to just TP in and then it's a 3v4. Yes, we have a numbers advantage, but things can go south still. So I think that's the reason why they opted to pull off of it, because there just wasn't enough damage thrown down.
Yeah, so it feels like Frank are falling a little bit into their gun-shy habits here. I mean, you know, lack of information is one thing, but, you know, they don't commit to the Baron. I was wondering if maybe YSKM is just, like, you know, trying to bait out the three-man dive, but they don't get anything for it. And it seems like J-Team have found a way to stop the side lanes from pushing in on them. And we get back to a bit of a reset here. It's a 3,000 gold advantage for J-Team at 25 minutes on the board. Frank trying to wrestle control back of the Baron pit, but it is J-Team that have priority.
Yeah, and the thing is they can't do much right now because of the fact that YSKM is shoving out that bottom wave. So he has teleport, yes, but you don't want to overforce the issue where you take a fight and then your top laner or your solo laner down in the bot lane has to teleport in when there's so many minions crashing into that bottom tower. So this is more of a min-max play coming in from Frank Esports. And at the very least, we are seeing YSKM really push the limits, which is what we didn't get to see from Kurt. So that is one small positive. And the other thing is, of course, J-Team not that far up when it comes to gold. It is still only a 2,500 gold lead, which at 25 or 26 minutes into the game is not all that much.
No, and Frank have the Dragon stack as well. I mean, yeah, it was cut down a bit by J-Team taking away the Hex tech, but, you know, as this game goes, we talked about scaling in the top half of the map. That is going to be pretty favorable for Frank, and Lil V is going to have to do so much heavy lifting. But here's the thing, like, Kongye has found a couple of resets. Like, this is what he does. So the Viego is also going to be a problem. I kind of feel like we could be in for a very explosive final fight.
Yeah, definitely should be. And maybe the thing is, maybe it doesn't even come in that next dragon because there is no soul being threatened at that point, right? So there's potential for J-Team to just say, we like our hyper carry more. We think that Phileas is just going to outperform the Kalista, and as long as we keep the Jax off of him, we're fine. Maybe that's the approach that they're going to take. Especially after, well, actually after the IE, maybe you think differently. So IE now completed onto Phileas, but
yeah, that changes things.
There's no sustain. There is no sustain on this champion.
Yeah, that is a little bit of worry, but Lil V has done a really good job at positioning. I think traditionally has been very, very good at that. So worth keeping in mind that they are trusting to their AD carry's position. J-Team having the inside track here. This is going to be
actually starting it out.
The start of the Baron. Let's see if they're able to full commit to this one. No, it's a back away.
Yeah, but now there's only 15 seconds until the dragon. So if they don't try and force some sort of Baron for dragon trade, they will just lose out onto the dragon, and they are getting forced off of this. That I think that YSKM's just going to go ahead, secure it. He still has teleport, so he can just TP into this still.
Yeah, there's the opportunity with the dragon being taken away, even if the Jax isn't as big.
Oh, Uniboy coming in on flank. He's
Happen.
spotted.
And so that is a really big ultimate coming out of the Renata Glask. And now Eminem going to try to reposition.
No reset yet.
By a little bit of time on that one as they throw Reapers in. Everyone's
Ooh,
popping
YSKM!
stopwatches. Everyone wants
YSKM!
time, but it's YSKM that's coming up with it as he zones Lil V away. Damage report, though. Frank Esports have not lost anybody just yet. And J-Team, no top, no support, and wouldn't you know it, even though Kanye takes out Rebirth, I think he is not long for the Rift as he runs smack dab into YSKM. It's Baron time for Frank.
Let's go, Pyra! Now they're going to turn for the Baron.
Go.
And for the side of J-Team, they still have 2 members up. It is the 2 big carries, but Lil V has to do so much. He has to get a huge ultimate.
He really does not
whipped.
find what he was looking for, and Uniboy gets shut down. YSKM just barely stays alive as well. Frank Esports are doing it.
Oh my god. This would be the biggest win for Frank Esports. Yes, they found, I believe they found an upset against DCG in the spring split, but I mean, let's be real here. As many upsets as they would find, we still weren't going to put them as a top 4 contender, but this would definitely change things. This definitely changes things here, as we get to see how it plays out. Driver on the side, zoned out by Pretender, so even though Uniboy gets a great flank, gets into the fight, locks down Eminem, Driver isn't able to actually follow up. And
Eminem
then
repositions on the Kalista so well.
like teleport comes in, YSKM, Lil V, very, very far from the fight. I would assume that Hollow probably bopped him out with that ultimate, but that's like 90% of your damage gone. So you can't get resets without that Aphelios helping out, because the Sylas just doesn't have that punch to get people low enough. And I mean, it's a nice play from Kongya to get what he could, but ultimately results in him dying and the Baron going over to Frank Esports.
Yeah, it just results in a higher bounty for YSKM to collect. And right back into it. Everybody looking at each other just yet. No fight over Dragon, as it's still going to be 2.5 minutes away. 30 minutes on the clock. This game could really end at any time if J-Team take a false step and look at YSKM.
Bot lane.
Yeah. Oh boy. I wanted to be like, okay, are we going to have a breather in this game? But no, it's kind of just like the tempo is just cranked. And look at that. YSKM on level 17, 2 ahead of anybody else on J-Team.
He's just so far ahead in EXP, and the issue is he has level 3 ult. That makes him so very tanky. So when you see him jump onto a target like Lil V, he's got freaking Collector. He doesn't have to shred.
No.
How is he going to kill this Jax?
I mean, we just saw the Moonlight Vigil dropped, and it tickled everybody.
Pretender's
but here's the flank.
Oh,
that's going to be the hostile takeover. They do get a shutdown. That's pretty big gold. Can they turn it around, though, on the Frank Esports side? Here comes Uniboy. They've just got the full collapse. And Frank got caught snoozing.
Yeah. Pretender definitely overplayed his hand in that instance. Gets stuck in that choke point, and that's just free pickings for the Renata. So Enzo lands a beautiful ultimate hostile takeover, but part of that is the fact that they're kind of stuck in a poor position, and this could just end very similar to the PSG game, where they make one mistake and the game's over.
It's starting to look that way right now. There's still about 15 seconds until just about anybody comes back up. Rebirth will be a little bit faster, but this is going to be it. Frank, they tried, but they made one crucial mistake. Getting caught out, J-Team immediately turn. They cut him down to size, and it's 32 minutes. J-Team going to take the victory.
Oh man, they definitely made a run for it, but Pretender gets caught at the very end, and this is what is so punishing about the current meta, is that you find the poor team play, you get caught out after 30 minutes, the game is just over. So all the good things that they did find in that game still carries over, but J-Team, more credit to them for being able to find the last play to end the game.
Oh yeah, that's what you call abrupt, but that is how it goes.
Experience gap
in this meta, and an experience gap is right there. And I think, yeah, honestly, even with the win, you can't be happy that you were falling behind for so long. You opted in into this matchup, and I think YSKM, you're seeing why Jax needs to be respected as he was dishing out so much damage, but it didn't matter. At the end of the day, the win still carries over for J-Team, who remain undefeated, but the foundations, I think, are a bit shooketh, Nightstar. That was almost a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like 90% of the way there, right? Once you secure the Baron, it feels like it should just be beginning of the end, because the Poppy pick is so instrumental in A, you knock out the Viego, or B, you knock out the Philios. And if you knock one of those two targets out, then there's really not a lot of team fight left for the side of J-Team. And we saw that in many of the fights. Even the first one, kicking out the Sylas at the start of it prevents him from having any sort of impact. And I love the Poppy pick being taken up here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take it over the line, and credit goes to J-Team. And when it comes to MVP, I mean, like, Kongre is certainly a standout player, but the game win doesn't come unless if Enzo hits that ultimate that catches out Contender. So
I agree with you. That's an Enzo MVP for me. Like that, like the fights that they actually were able to find advantages, it was all off the back of really, really good counter engages coming from the hostile takeover. And also, like, I mean, Enzo managed to turn a few things around. Like, you could argue with some mistakes in lane from MNM, but like, what a great turnaround to limp away and then manage to get that handshake to set up a play for the AD carry. And I think J-Team, they can be happy about, like, you know, the micro. I think they fell behind across the map. They let themselves get pushed around a lot more than would have been expected. And despite the loss, Frank Esports looked very, very good overall in this game. And I think they can be very happy. It sucks not to get the win, but I think they can be very happy with what their form is like right now, because at 2-2, they still look terrifying.
Yeah, this is the team that not even the top teams really want to play, because you just don't know what YSKM can do to your top laner. Maybe he hasn't even shown the full depth of his champ pool, because the Fiora Jax, like, I'm pretty sure these are going to be like either perma-banned or you're just perma-expecting them.
And that opens up other opportunities around the map, right? I mean, I think Pretenders Victor, that was an incredible hero play. If they had won the game, I would have said that would have been probably an MVP earn for Pretender. I think he has absolutely stepped up in this split so far. Yeah, Holo played well around the map. Like, it's one of those games where you're like, oh man, that looked great, but then you lost a fight, and at 32 minutes you can't do that in this particular 12.11 meta. So yeah, it's rough to go home empty-handed for the side of Frank Esports today. But you got like 90% of the way there. You just need to get it over the line. You can tighten up the play. Maybe fix a few of the lingering doubts about your aggression. I think they could have turned for Baron earlier in that one, and it would have actually worked out, but they needed information. They needed to know that Gwen wasn't there. Overall, there's a lot to like about this Frank Esports roster, and I think they're ramping up. For J-Team, I think they dodged a bullet. Big time.
Absolutely. This definitely should have been them dropping or making or having to have some sort of miracle team fight, but they didn't have to even team fight. They just got a pick for free, and it was a snowball right afterwards. But for Frank Esports, like, the pieces are there, and they did most of the hard work. But this is why I love this meta, though, right now, because
the game just coin flips at the end.
The team fights just, each fight matters more, whereas before we had so many team fights, it felt like we just keep fighting. It doesn't matter. If we lose this team fight, we just go again. But here, it's like each fight is so critical.
And you could see where they all turned. I mean, I do want to give credit where it's due for J-Team, is they kept it very competitive despite looking like they were going to lose out in the scaling game. I think opting into a losing matchup and still having Gwen put out that much damage is very, very respectable for Driver. as well as some good setups for Kongye. But Enzo,
There we go.
no surprise there, wins the team fight.
Less than
for
10%
his team.
damage.
Didn't matter. Renata Glask Industries stonks rising. Really good play from Enzo. And you know what?
Yes.
I think we can officially put to rest the off-roll argument because Enzo has been a support for a while. He is definitely the support that carried his team to victory today.
Yeah, definitely getting accustomed to the role and definitely showing up that he can definitely play things besides just that Nautilus, which was pretty much what he was trapped in last split, which you could say a lot of supports were stuck in that.
I think Enchanter Bed is feeling pretty good for Enzo. I mean, there's a lot to like on that J Team bot side, so we'll see how it all goes. Lil V certainly no slouch either.
Yeah. And Lil V, if you pick the Kalista into him, as we saw from playoffs, he'll just lock in the Aphelios every single time.
All right, well, we had a shocker to close that game out, but right after this break, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with one more on the day. Meta Falcon team taking on Deep Cross.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Something else you're looking for. So do you miss my love? Just a bit of time until I get you. Just another reason that you won't be with me. Anything you take, yeah, you take, it's gonna break. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. And you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I'm chasing all my demons away and tell you that I'm not gonna stay. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges, and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges, and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands. I won't lie to you, don't need your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Your love in my hands. Tearing down the bridges, and you know that I can't, 'cause this is all that I am. I need your love in my hands.
I'm taking my pain away. Nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Yeah. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
Show me love, show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine high above, high above. We go off in the night. We leave in the red lights. Man, let 'em need. You can see right, see right. We go long. Show me love, show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine high above, high above. We go off in the night. We leave in the red lights. No, man, let 'em need. You can see right, see right. But we go long. Everyone gives me love to go down in the corner, heaven below. Feels like I'm lost in the summer. We could be low, we could be high, high in the sky, but high down in the moon. We could be gold, baby, I'm lost in the summer. But we go You got me messed up down below. Everyone
And welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Summer Split. We are getting ready to close out day one of week number 2 here, and we have got a matchup that I think will test our teams as well. But before we get into it, I do want to thank, once again, our wonderful sponsor, CTBC Bank. After all, we are family. All right, Mr. Nightstar, we've got this last one on the docket for tonight. It's Meta Falcon team taking on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. And I think both teams have struggled at the start of the split, but I think Deep Cross even more so.
Yeah, both teams definitely have a lot to prove in this game. Meta Falcon team still searching for the first win, whereas on the flip side for Deep Cross, we expected a lot more out of this team who did finish top 4 in our previous split. And now they look like they're going to be one of those teams that's trying to make it into the double elimination portion of the bracket, just squeak in, because it's so far a rough start. Yes, it was against J Team, but these are matchups that they need to try and win at the start of the split, because it's going to be a lot harder once these teams get even better later on. And Deep Cross definitely screamed to me more of a fast starting team rather than a strong finishing team.
Well, that was absolutely true in their debut in spring, right? This is the squad that came in prepared to play with a game plan up against J-Team. They even were able to flash the dog tags, showing their service on the main J-Team roster. Of course, they are one of our teams that is forming the greater part of the J-Team universe alongside CFO. But yeah, it's troubling to see them struggle early on. I think this is a team that they've always had kind of a bit of a weird game plan. They've always had a bit of an oddball way to play the game. But they seem to be lost. They seem to have some troubles. But we got to talk about their opponents first, because Meta Falcon team are a team that have made a handful of changes themselves in the hopes that they will be able to come out on top, sitting currently at 1-2. It's Taco665 back in the jungle. When in mid, Whale and Issue, their new support, of course. And they have had some interesting compositions, and I do think Taco in particular has shown us some of the more exciting new things in the top side. A couple of Kale games, but winless on it. Only win they found on a Jax.
Yeah, for Meta Falcon team, it's still going to be very similar things about this squad. It's going to be about how 665 does and if he's able to have impact. But I mean, this current meta emphasizes a lot more carry threats on the team is going to perform a lot better. And Deep Cross Gaming are a squad that do rock up, I would say, with 2 solid carries. But the issue is in that mid lane. Nesty, very good facilitator, but again, you need to have a strong performing, strong team fighting mid laner right now in this meta.
Yeah, and I think that has been a big struggle. It's a weak point for this squad. They have to rely quite a lot on, Leaky in the top side, who has had some impressive performance. Really like to see what he could do on that Mordekaiser. And I think Kriskata has been a little 50-50. His Jinx is still very big pop-off. He loves himself some hyper carries, but now that it's not just like Jinx Aphelios every game, I think there are teams that are finding more success versus him. But we will be comparing those bottom laners. It is Whale and Kriskata. And so far, Whale has looked like the better one in this game, considering they've both had the same record to kick things off. Bigger kill participation for the MFT bot laner.
Yeah. And the champion pool, of course, looking a little bit different, of course. Only 3 games. But so far, Whale is a much larger part of his team because of the priorities of both of these teams, right? Where
exactly
MFT, they are going to, especially when you have Kayle up in the top side, yes, you're going to throw some resources and making sure the Kayle's safe, but overall, the action's going to still take place on the bottom of the map. Whereas on the flip side, Kriskata on this Jinx, it's really about trying to play elsewhere and making sure Kriskata still gets his farm, but it's not about him. And when they played the Lucian Nami, it didn't feel like they were able to get the maximum out of it either.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how these two bottom laners, rookies last split, have developed for the team. Whale, definitely more of a cog in the machine, whereas for Deep Cross, Kriskata a lot of the times was make or break because of the way the priority's been, but Whale has had a much bigger impact early on. In picks and bans we go, though. Zeri, Wukong, Corki all banned away. Deep Cross Gaming kind of ticked the boxes, and for MFT, no Renata, no GP, and no Sen.
Lucian, Kalista left available. Viego also left available. So we'll see where the priority lands. Taco getting a real up close and personal for us.
For sure. The slight flash onto the Jhin, but it will be Kalista, in fact, and I wonder if we'll see another Mummy combo. And for the Deep Cross side, I mean, Kriskata's had his best impact on things like Jinx that is still available. I don't know if you really want to try and match it, pick things up early. Aphelios, that's been another big one for him in this past split. So, bit of a no-brainer, and we kind of see for the last half of the day, it's been a shift back to bot prio as the Viego also gets picked up. And all right, I guess we're going for the Malgoth's composition, Nightstar.
Yeah, and Aphelios, again, we've seen so many of our players just find 1v1 kills with this champion, and this is one of those champions, again, when you pick Kalista, it opens you up to an Aphelios, and when it's like comfort versus comfort, the better scaling usually wins out, and that's going to be Aphelios in this case. On the flip side, MFT, they locked themselves in a Gnar. We're not going to see any sort of spicy top lane tech, unfortunately, which means that Leaky will be able to counterpick on this pick, which I fully expect. Now for MFT, what do they go ahead lock in for this next pick? That's the real question. I was going to say I'd like a mid lane pick, but I'm not so sure about the Sylas. This is a very interesting draft priority-wise coming in from MFT, because again, we've seen time and time again, it's about saving counter pick or your second rotation or a second phase for your solo lanes, and here they've just straight up picked both of their solo lanes.
Yeah, and on the Deep Cross side, they just matched with the Sejuani, which I think is probably top. I guess you could, in theory, put it down bottom side. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed looking at the Kayle and the Mordekaiser, and I'm like, really? You're gonna go Gnar Sejuani? Okay, all right. You know what, you guys, you do you.
Yeah, for me, this screams that MFT are just going to play very strong lanes and then just try and jungle gap. It's about every single time 665 wants to go and steal away one of those camps, he's going to have his lanes there to support him because they should be able to get priority. That will, that might change once we're actually into game, but I think that's the theory with this draft.
Okay, well, let's see what MFT pick up for their jungle pick. But in the ban phase 2, we see supports being taken off the board, the big stat sticks, if you will, or the big tanks, rather. Nautilus gone, Braum gone. Will we see a Leona as well? Mumu gone. I mean, that makes a lot of sense given that it has been a big combination with the Kalista. They don't want to allow, the big combination, Bandage Toss and Fate's Call into this next one. So, for MFT, do they stick it to the bottom side, continue to ban these things away? That's all that's left anyhow.
Yeah, and the real question is, what kind of support are you going to pair up with this Kalista? Because it feels like the only thing left now is the Okay, Galio being hovered. It feels like the only thing left is the
Okay.
Leona pick. That's the only melee support that you can kind of chalk in. And for DCG, they lock in the Galio. This shores up any sort of, hey, we're going to lose priority. But you know what's really, really nice? If they invade, it sets up for a great angle for the Galio to come in. And this is the pick this was the pick I expected when to go for, rather than the Sylas. But at the very least, once you hit level 6, you can just steal the Galio ult too, and you're gonna have, depending on the build path, perhaps even more damage than the Galio itself.
Yeah, there's your big brain play. It's just trying to bait it out so you can steal it for even more value. But for Nessie, I mean, this is a kind of champion that I think we expected him to be able to have a big impact on and kind of thrive. And Issue kind of playing with their hearts here. You can see the return of Thresh in this one, trying to get the setup. It is, in fact, going to be the lock-in. We got a Shadow Isles duo down bot.
I'm not really thrilled with how this draft closes out for MFT. And the reason why is the fact that we have Trundle. This was all set up for some sort of big 6-6-5 carry sort of game, because you're going to get priority with the Kalista shoving up, the Nars shoving up, the Sylas shoving up. So now we can just focus on jungle gapping. But if you're pouring resources into a Trundle, I don't know, man. That doesn't seem right.
I kind of feel like that's not the win condition here. I mean, what is going to be the play?
Yeah, the win condition is just going to try and snowball these lanes as much as possible, I suppose, just nonstop ganking. But we've seen 665 really struggle to try and attack lanes. Yes, he'll sometimes pull off the occasional good gank, but he's mostly relied on trying to flip team fights rather than constantly flip lanes. And this is definitely a big paradigm shift if he's able to perform here in this game.
Yeah, and I think for 665, the struggle has been moving away from a little bit more of that carry-oriented style that he prefers into the playmaking, and we'll see if this Trundle can do it for him. And we'll see if he can help get his team to victory, finding number 2 for them. But for Deep Cross Gaming, I think they are smelling some blood in the water. They've got themselves a pretty solid combination of champions. I think that Aphelios, that Viego, they're going to be able to put out a lot of damage. It could come down to those 30-minute fights that we have seen that just ended. At the same time, a pretty hefty CC chain as well. I mean, I would not want to be on the receiving end of the Galio dropping down on top of your face while the Sejuani's throwing the ice bowl out.
Yeah, and this is a very, very odd draft, at least when we look at this draft in comparison to what we've seen in the meta. It's a lot of more meatball-y style, bruisery, very past patch-esque, where it's just one damage threat, especially for DCG. You look, it's pretty much just this Viego or not the Viego, but the Aphelios or bust. So, and then on the flip side, I don't even know where the damage is coming from.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that we're fortunately going to get the answer to as MFT. We'll take the rip for Deep Cross Gaming here to close out our day. And it has been interesting to see how our PCS teams have adapted to the meta shifts with the durability. Some of them have chosen to just say, no. We're going to go back to spring. I think we've had some success on it. Yeah, it's occasionally worked, but yeah, let's get underway and take a look at how everything's going on. I mean, we've definitely seen some throwbacks. So this is way earlier than spring. The Thresh for Issue. I'm trying to remember the last time we saw that in PCS. It must have been 2021, right?
Yeah, it's definitely been a while. Because we saw it with the Jinx Thresh, I think, and of course the Aphelios Thresh, definitely a classic combination. But the reason why the Thresh comes out is because of the fact that there were so many support bans, right? So there were no supports left.
Drops down.
Yeah, eventually you've got to pick something, and I guess this is kind of where the comfort lies. I would have preferred something like the Leona that's able to push tempo, because again, this is who are you bailing out with this Thresh? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a fun
Everyone's going
yo-yo
forward.
with the Callista, but like, yeah, that's the thing is like if you're thrown at a lantern at some point, like things have gone a little bit wrong. But you talked about the win condition, trying to snowball lane, 665 on the
Here we
level
go.
2 Trundle gank. Oh,
He has no pillar.
things don't land. Yeah, a little early. He's gonna have to call for backup on that constable.
I mean, he burns the ghost, but ultimately, Nesty
Yeah.
still has the flash, hits level 2, and 665 without pillar, you don't have real kill threat. You kind of just run at them menacingly, which is, you know,
I mean,
you
it
can
is
only do
scary.
so much.
It is scary, but yeah, you're able to dodge away. Deep Cross gonna go ahead and play the safe game. You can see that with that ward down, at least 665 does have eyes on Hana. A little bit of trading in the mid. Nesty finds Wen with the Winds of War. And I think Wen, pressure's going to be on to try and push in Nesty, who has been one of the weaker links of this Deep Cross chain early on in the split. Across the map, though, it's going to be a little harder to get things done.
Laning phase hasn't been as much of an issue for Nesty, but the real issue has been making plays on his champions or just trying to take 1v1s. He just doesn't do that. However, with this Galio, you know, even though I would say I'd like to see a Predator Galio, it does make sense why he does go for the phase rush, because it does get him out of the slows coming in from the Thresh and also the Trundle Pillar, and 665 just making a saying hello, gives him a tough love as well.
A little bit of bite.
But, yeah.
It's like what my cat does, you know, just kind of like walks by, just nips me, and then before I even know what's happened, they're gone.
Where's my food?
Cats are weird, man.
Human.
Exactly. It'd be so much easier if he could talk. Although, I feel like I'd probably never get a moment's peace. Boy. Anyways, well, that was a weird train of thought. It's late if you're joining us from North America. Or early, depending on your definition. As Taco finds a nice little crunch and boulder toss combination onto Leaky, taking a little bit low on this Sejuani. Does have Grasp of the Undying, so he should be able to hang around in lane for a little while. And
Hana will be spotted out here,
side.
which is
Yeah.
kind of big.
It's information.
Yeah, information gain always helpful, especially when you are playing the Trundle. It's all about the information gain, because you have to attack lanes or you have to attack the other jungler. There's really no in between. If you're taking your own camps too often, you're in trouble. And so far, the fact that at least he's made passes into the mid lane is sort of good news, but you know, you're attacking a Galio.
Yeah, that's not the easiest pickup. I really like this from Nesty, by the way, this Galio pick, because I think one of the things we were worried about coming into today is like looking at the champions Nesty's played, and we found a win on the Corki, but not on Silas, not on Swain. It's like this is the guy that was running Enchantress supports, the only one in the PCS, really making it work. He also played like the Vygar, did the Predator build on that one. And I was kind of thinking, all right, coming into this split, you can play a little bit further back, you can have more utility, you can have more roam. I feel like things like Talia are going to be like perfect for Nesty. Maybe Twisted Fate comes in again. And instead, we've kind of seen Lissandra. Like, it feels like it's such a Nesty no-brainer. But for a few games, we really didn't get it. And the Galio is a lot more of what I was expecting to see. It's a bit defensive for him. It's tanky. It's got a good engage. It's got a semi-global ultimate.
Yep.
Yeah, it ticks all the boxes as that dragon does go down. 65.
Here they come.
Hana, the hook. They do actually manage to grab the Aphelios. Criscata is just locked up for first blood. Nicely played in trade for the dragon.
Yeah, and it's actually a stolen Galio ultimate that was trying to be laid out rather than the actual hero's entrance. And now 665 making his way up towards this. This is trouble.
Yeah, he burns it as they try to collapse at the last second. So here's a question for you, a little philosophical question. I'd start.
Okay. Yep.
If a Silas steals a hero's entrance, is that a villain's entrance? Are we playing by like My Hero Academia rules or what?
Could be an anti-hero's entrance.
Ooh, okay, you know, that makes more sense, because Silas is kind of like the broody guy, right? He's like, I I will break out of these chains.
Yeah.
And Demacia is unjust, but he's not a villain. He is definitely more of an anti-hero.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think anti-hero, just based on, you know, the combination of the two words, you would think that would mean it's like some sort of synonym for villain, but it's actually not.
I mean, they are close in a sense, right? It's just, it's kind of like a fake villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But definitely, you know, interesting, but will be both of our junglers just taking their recalls, and you can see Trundle naturally is just going to fall behind. Already 2 camps down, and I mean, eventually Hana's just going to outscale him. So again, he has to make up ground by being able to get EXP from kills, and Leaky finding a 1v1.
Yeah, Leaky definitely been impressive in this spawning matchup, but he does whiff out on
You were
Relation
saying?
Prison. You know what? Sometimes the caster curse is real fast. But, like, Taco has been shoved in a bit. I mean, this is an even farm game. You have a massive range disadvantage, right? A lot of the time, as Wen goes forward and abducts Subscons, gets Winds of Ward, as a Nesty just dishes way more back. And I think you're starting to see MFT kind of struggle with where to find edges in lanes. It was a good pickoff for Whale. I mean, that helps the Callista, especially because you're not going to win the scaling game against Nephelios.
Yes.
But MFT really need to pick up the pace here if they want to not get jumped on. Good hook, but it pulls the Rakan. Not going to be able to do much to him as he walks away.
Yeah, the big thing is they need to find some way to break this game sooner rather than later, because as things continue to go on, it's just going to get worse and worse for them. Wen is running the first strike, so like he's trying to farm up gold when he can. I don't know how much gold he's actually farmed up, but into a melee matchup, and especially since Nesty isn't really looking to cast Winds of War onto Wen himself, he's being able to farm, I feel like, a decent chunk of gold. So maybe he goes for an assassin build and we get to see some champions pop. That would be really fun, but just, of course, increasing the tempo of your item build is going to be a possible win condition for MFT as well. But as things stand, it's a 600 gold differential for MFT. So surprisingly, you know, in DCG, even with all of the nice things they've been trying, are down, but Cryscala can make up for it easily, and he is the win condition for just the game. That's really it.
That's Nephelios, man. Get the full 200 years status going. So he's going to work if you get the game long enough. But you do see as those plates go down, Deep Cross starting to cut into the MFT gold lead. In fact, it is bang on even, maybe a tiny bit of difference. But also you got to keep in mind that dragon. So the kill gold almost fully equalized with plates at this point.
Yep. And the better part, of course, is the fact that the gold is going into the pockets of a carry like Aphelios. So once it gets to that point in the game where all of them are just kind of dogpiling in onto you, you're an Aphelios. You turn on whatever gun you have and you just kind of run them down.
Aphelios has a lot of guns, man.
Yeah.
That guy.
Taco in trouble
and
again.
Leaky's got a lot of CC. As he is finding Taco yet again on that one. The Gnar does evaporate. Although he will not go down in this, able to get back to safety. So far, low kill game. You know, not the lowest we had at 10 minutes. This is the first blood earlier today around that time. But Leaky's going to get even more time on plates. Meanwhile, what's going down the river? Woody gets caught out by 665. But yeah, as you mentioned in the pick ban, these are two teams that are just full of bruisers just bashing at each other. Actual kills and bursts is going to be a little harder to come by. And now we're back on Drake number 2. This is going to be Cloud, as MFT are going to look to cut into Deep Cross's Dragon stacking. But Hana has no intention of letting him get away with that. Bringing Woody and Cryscala to the party, dodging out that into the quickness. And it's a nice 1-2 punch to get the kill, as Hana will claim credit for it onto 665. And Hana's going to be able to get the take of the Dragon as well. So Deep Cross get everything they want and then some. With the chase down, they will find Wen, and the Winds of War are going to claim another kill. Deep Cross 2 cool ones and the Dragon.
Oh man, That is not what MFT were looking for. That's
No.
That is definitely not what they were looking for in that case. And I mean, they couldn't pull Taco down there. He didn't have teleport, and even then, of course, you have to teleport to the turret rather than straight to the fight. So things would have looked out a lot slower. And you get to see the replay. 665 just takes so much damage from Cloud. Cloud Dragon, one of those dragons that does the most damage, and they instantly turn onto him. There's not enough follow-up. When unable to snag the Galio ultimate before the fight, I think things would have been perhaps different if he was able to get that and help out with Jungler. But this is yet another one of those game script flips that we know 665 to do, and it's just Trundle just didn't feel like it was the answer for this composition, because now after that failed flip, there's just really no legs for this Trundle to stand on.
Yeah, this is the weird thing, right? Like, why didn't they pick their jungle so much sooner if this was going to be an issue? But, MFT, I think they've been at a little bit of a loss for answers. Deep Cross Gaming, we could very much say the same for them coming into today, but this composition, a lot clearer win condition. We know that this team understands the win conditions a little bit better. Maybe just the early start can be chalked up to the fact that they were playing against very tough opponents and they're not quite at their level. Maybe they were a little inflated due to the fact that they looked really good out the gates in spring, but fell apart in the playoffs. And Shelly charging in, that's going to finish off the plates down bottom. At least MFT do manage to get themselves back into the gold game, but losing out on dragons, just haven't been able to have an impact on this Trundle, as you said, so far behind. And you're contending with the Mythic already on Hana on this Viego, which can become a problem for you. Criscata's going to definitely become a problem with you. And you just don't really have the pressure to match. Whale going to throw issue out with Fate's Call as 665's here, looking for Leaky.
Probably
if he
wins
takes
this.
one person down, that's massive.
Oh,
Here comes Woody,
Woody's
though.
here, though.
Now they're going to even the odds, but it's a little bit too late. The red stacks get yoinked out as Whale claims another kill. MFT at least still has some teeth.
Yeah, now the claps coming in from Gnar. Do they actually go and jump onto Nessie? That's the question. The answer is no.
Doesn't look like it.
So, at the very least, they do find a kill, and it does go on to Whale. So that is their mid-game win condition. And
fade
him
away
being
as well.
ahead, maybe that gives you a sign of life. So that should be Shield Bow completed at the very least. But on the flip side, Criscata still already does have his Gale Force completed. Of course, not a ton of your traditional protection for him, which is why he has gone for the Gale Force to add that extra mobility. And they'll be able to answer back in the turret.
That's true. Criscata going to be able to finish the job there as well. So this is starting to come in for everybody. 15 minutes on the game clock. It's going to be a little gold advantage for Deep Cross, but pretty big tempo advantage, although Wen is waiting. But he's going to have to be careful because Criscata has friends. Hana is here. Going to get chased away with the mini wave. They actually are threatening a dive behind tier 2 here. I think they've got it. Really nowhere for Wen to go, and Hana claims his life. And he says, you can steal ultimates? Yeah, I can steal you.
Yeah, I can steal everything else. And on the flip side, MFT, yes, they get some sort of cross-map trade, but is it worth it? I feel like it's not, because you've lost your tier 2, you're losing a lot of damage on your tier 3 tower. Maybe they even lose that tier 3 tower. In fact, it's of course red-white onto Ophelia, so he just blasts that out of existence. And that's going to be an inhib tower broken at 15.5 minutes. This is a lot of early pressure, because when you look at this MFT comp, where's the wave clear coming? How are you going to deal with super minions for the next 5 minutes?
Yeah, this is troubling right now. I mean, the inhib is still up, so they won't have to just yet. But man, if they take their foot off the gas pedal for a second, this is going to be trouble, as well as 3 seconds away from Soul Point for Deep Cross Gaming. Really starting to accelerate this game pace. I mean, you've got Mythics on every side, even the Crown of the Shattered for Nesty.
Shattered Queen locked in, which means that when he comes in with the hero's entrance, as long as it doesn't get popped, he's actually going to have a lot of impact. And there's really not a ton of range on this MFT composition, so it's actually not a poor purchase. But the important thing is, of course, not getting that passive popped and then starting a team fight before it does get popped as well.
Team fights, we might be in for one here. As the Dragon has been spawned,
665.
proc by 665. He's gonna walk around. Yeah, he knows what happened last time he was isolated in the pit. This is gonna be
stealing away the
Deep-Cross.
Rakan ultimate.
Yeah, that's
like
pretty
this.
big. Will they be able to use it to good effect, though? Dragon up for the flip. Here comes Wen around the side. Quickness used on the Deep Cross side. They do manage to find one and take down Taco before he can go into the Mega Form. But it's a big old turnabout for MFT. The double kill already comes through Criscata. There's the bounce down for Nestea. And it's Deep Cross Gaming understanding the team fight so much better. 1, 2, 3 punch. They do not get the Dragon just yet, but it's a simple matter of turning backs here.
I just don't get it. Why are we taking the Rakan ultimate when we can go for the Galio? Or we can go for the Sejuani? There's just so many better options that have much larger team fight impact. And as you saw there, like, he runs in, right? But where's the damage? Your team has no damage. You have to take a damage ultimate. It is just baffling. And they just get blasted out of this fight. No shot. As we get to see when he pops the quickness, but I mean, Woody, he doesn't need to land on too many people. But look at how much damage Wen is doing. He doesn't get anything with that, and he goes in, and he's dead. So he dealt about maybe 600, 700 damage. Maybe we get to get the damage chart popped up there. I'm not sure if that will, but right now, like, DCG, they just run away with it at this point because there's not enough threat onto Criscata. Wen's choice of ultimates have been exceptionally poor so far. And, like, the Liandry's make sense, right? Because there's a bunch of bruisers. But Liandry's doesn't threaten this Aphelios at all.
And that's the problem, right? Like, if you could get to the back line and you could deal the damage, that's great. But they're not building for it. They're building for, question mark. I think it's hard. Even from the pick ban, we were trying to figure out what the win condition was going to be for this team. Maybe it was a Wen snowball. Maybe it was 665 just moving around every lane. That hasn't materialized. And at this point, the only person who really has a significant gold infusion is Whale, off of a couple of good play setups. But the Kalista is not going to win you a straight up 5v5. It doesn't matter how many times you hopscotch out of danger, especially because Deep Cross just can tank through everything. And now they're going to have 3 members sieging on the mid lane. Not much MFT can do to stop that tower from falling, so it'll be number 4 for the DCG side, who are eyeballing a bit of a bounce back after a rocky week 1.
Taco also position.
Looks like Leaky and Hana looking for a snack at this point. Taco on the run. Hyper, procced, Woody. Oh, tries for the knockup, but Issue's there for the save. Well, Issue has been the MVP. Get out of jail free cards so far for Meta Falcon team.
Yeah, the issue is, of course, he's on the Thresh, and right now they don't necessarily need to bail people out as much as, like, get access into the back one.
Yeah, I mean the lantern's fine, but yeah, we're gonna need to see some, like, flash play action. I think, if we really want to have the impact.
Yeah, Thresh isn't really the best synergy with the Kalista because you don't. There's no way to get super aggressive with the Thresh and then the Kalista bails you out. You have to go for some sort of flash play, and by then you've burned a 5-minute cooldown. So it feels like it's not the most ideal way to try and play the game here.
No, I'm not really sure what MFT is going to do, but they are ramping up for something. There's Ginsu's Rage Blade completed for Whale, and yeah, I kind of feel like it's maybe the game plan is like a kind of a miracle set piece. You throw the Thresh in and hope that you can set something up with just a little bit of that soft CC for a second. Maybe the box comes down and you trap people. The problem is there's no damage. Where's the damage coming from, Nightstar?
Where is our damage? The question, I mean, the answer right now seems to be Taco. because he
Those
has
are
the
Triforce.
Triforce completed. I assume he's going for Black Cleaver with those item components. So that's about as much damage as you can get. And Whale, I mean, if he puts enough spears into one target, he could possibly kill one target. But unfortunately, that's all his build allows you. But in the meantime, with how many spears you've put in, like Cascada with Infernum just kills everyone else.
Yeah, he's going to get bailed out by the Lantern once again.
Nestie's in
However,
perfect spot.
Nestie's around the side. Huge right now is 665 running for the hills. They will knock him, bop him. He flashes the wall, gets to safety as Wen steals away a Galio ultimate, but now in danger in their own jungle as they expend so many summoners just to get out of harm's way, and Deep Cross realize they don't need the fight. They've got priority on the tower.
Yeah, they've got priority on tower, and they have great zone control over in this choke point. Now they can look to re-engage the fight now.
Okay, that's an hour away from Taco defensive. Let's see, do they have any more resets on this one as they find
Oh, that's a
Wen
good
out?
pillar.
That is going to be a good pillar to try and deny. A little bit Leaky might be caught for just a second. Here comes the Galio once again. Just knocking, bopping left and right. Leaky taking down Whale, and 665 is going to fall. Cascada coming up huge with the double kill as 665 drops. That's going to be Baron time if Deep Cross won it, but they're not done with the fight just yet. Issue's the last man standing, and that is the issue for MFT.
Man, DCG. I don't know if they're really outplaying MFT to any degree, but they're just taking these fights as free as can be. And that's, there's really nothing that MFT can do. That was the best case scenario for MFT then, where you get the perfect pillar and it zones off 3 people because it's stuck in that choke. Like, okay, this is how it kind of starts out. And when this time he is able to steal the Galio ultimate, but like, where's the follow-up damage? How do you capitalize on this Galio ultimate? You don't. No one's around.
This is a problem for a team that coming into spring were touted as, you know, having better synergy because they had stayed together, and they only made one roster change. It is a head scratcher. It is confusing. It is chaos.
Another good pillar zones off the Viego and the Philios.
Nice
The Philios doesn't auto at all, and now we're into another fight.
Deep Cross going to let the Dragon reset on this one. Should be able to
Soul.
secure it. They do. That Soul.
That's game.
And MFT immediately turn about face. There's not much they can do, barring a miracle of a fight. Whale taking out the Lantern.
I
Now the
mean,
siege is on.
Pyro, that's just game, because they can't shred. It's impossible for them to shred through Mountain unless if they have like double Nexus turrets beating down on the same target, or maybe even like on everyone, because DCG they've got a bunch of meatballs, and then on the flip side, MFT, they have a bunch of meatballs, but meatballs don't kill other meatballs. It just kind of
that is basic physics for sure.
Yeah.
As Woody gets the double knockup onto 665 and Issue, the Baron empowered minions are just putting in the work as that cannon firing from the backside. They can just take their time. Deep Cross, they've got everything going for them because this is only 25 minutes on the game clock right now. And Hana is going to force Taco to hop away. Pillar comes down, doesn't matter. There's a big target as well. Hana actually taking a lot of damage on that one. However, let's see if the turnabout is still big right now on the Mountain Soul. Looks like MFT are going to be able to find at least one kill, but they do give up their support for it. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The siege continues.
1-for-1 is a lot better than what I expected, but they still win the game here.
Yeah, that's going to be the double charm. Whale flashing away at the last second. However, followed through by Cascada. Just needed one more hit, and he managed to get it. This should be the clean-up effort. But Taco and Wen are going to try to keep him at bay for a few more seconds. So, inhibitors easy and free for the taking. Deep Cross may not opt to end here because the death timers aren't that long. Issue's already back up. We'll wrap around instead and try to make it a round 3.
So try and get all 3 in hits.
The hook, teleport, Hana.
Yep.
In goes Woody. Out goes Woody. Teleport going to complete. Oh no! Taco with the whiff. That's going to be 3 inhibs, and they're going to walk back in and finish the job later.
Well, easy does it. they'll snag themselves a red buff on the way out.
Look, you don't want to lose the fight and then just lose the game, even though you have 3 inhibs, right? We've seen it happen before. Gotta be careful. Gotta be safe. I respect it.
Yeah. We'll see if that actually happens.
MFT have 1 tower, by the way.
MFT are not going anywhere. And I mean, you have this Ginsu's Rage Blade complete. Okay, Leaky might be going somewhere. He does have the Galio ultimate to back him up.
I mean,
if need be.
Oh.
Wow,
Yeah.
look at the damage, Pyra!
It's not there. I missed it.
I
talk about meatballs. I mean, yeah, Leaky. I think he felt very confident in his ability to not die, and for good reason. Nesty also was there to back him up. So here's that round 2. They're all rested up. They got back on Fountain, leading the super minions down the way, and now this is going to be the game-ending play as the Moonlight Vigil does miss, but I don't think it's going to matter at this point, as they can just keep on firing away at the turrets, looking for the reset MFT. Desperate hold. This is the last shot they have to save the game. Try to turn things around
has
here,
to
but
get
Deep
Mega.
Cross. Oh, okay, the channel of the Shield of Duran. Nesty zoning him up.
This game lies in the hands of Taco if they're going to make a comeback, but
they need it
he
now.
needs to go now.
And it looks like it was Deep Cross that hit the trigger instead, and that is going to be the cleanup effort. That's a lot of pinball, but at the end of the day, the Wizards are Deep Cross Gaming. Still a little bit hard to chew their food on that. They will finally finish the job onto 665, and Taco down goes the Nexus in 28 minutes. Deep Cross improved to 2-2.
That last fight didn't even matter if DCG all just died there because there were just so many minions. There were triple waves of minions just pouring in. That game was going to end whether MFT liked it or not. And this game, Pyro, I hate to say it because it feels like a cheap way out of analyzing a game, but this game was Omega lost at draft.
Kind of feels that way, and it is an unfortunate thing to say, but yeah, MFT, I mean, the difference between these two teams is that one of them came in with a game plan. Deep Cross Gaming, they have had their struggles lately, and this is only their 2nd win on the board, but they have a very rough strength of schedule. I think it is worth keeping that in mind. They have played some of the top teams already, and even though you get those losses early on, it almost feels like they're starting to learn a little bit. They are drafting better towards win conditions. I'd love to see a more roaming-oriented, a more defensive, like utility pick, like that Galio coming in. Good adaptation, good tech from Nesty. It's the type of thing that we hope to see and find success on this Deep Cross roster. On the MFT side, I didn't know what this team was doing. Like, you're right. They didn't really give themselves much of a win condition, and they just didn't find much around the map. I mean, I think 665 had such a job cut out for him from the minute 1. There was a chance that he could shut down, the Viego early on, that he could maybe snowball a couple of lanes, but it just didn't happen. And Trundle's such a risky pick at the best of times. They needed to do more damage at the end of the day.
Yeah, like maybe for a different team, you can see this draft work out, because the focal point of the team would be, more about the laners rather than the jungler. But for MFT, your win condition 8 times out of 10 is just 665 finding a way to 1v9 a fight. And Trundle does not 1v9 a fight. He can certainly put in some work, but he's not going to straight up win you the fight himself. It's a lot about these role players and the other pieces around that pick. And in this game, it was not even close.
Yeah, it makes you really wonder why they waited so long to pick up a jungle pick, why they opted into this Trundle when they didn't have a whole lot of damage going around. I think MFT are going to have to look at this and just go back to the drawing board, because whatever they were trying, it very clearly didn't work even early on in this game. The bright spots, I think Whale had an okay game. They had a good setup, the old school, the throwback combo with the Thresh. It had some nice plays in lane. They just needed to add a lot more to it. And I was kind of bummed to see the Gnar pick up and no interesting tech, because Taco is one of the more exciting players that we had to see in the spring split. I mean, looking back, remembering some of those like standout Akali plays, when he was popping in and off on the Assassins. I think even the Kale games they haven't found wins on, I don't think that was the wrong idea. I would love to see them go back to more carry-oriented styles, but instead they kind of just went for those big bruisers. It just did not work out. Here's how the game went. It was downhill if you are MFT, but for Deep Cross, it was all upside, baby. They got themselves a much-needed win to improve to 2-2, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of the week goes for this this team in the J-Team universe. Maybe they can prove us wrong, being concerned about how they started.
Hopefully that's the case. But when we look at the numbers, it's like, if you aren't killing the Philios, then you've already lost the fight. And even after a certain point, Kalista, she gets herself her Ginsu's Rage Blade. She's doing supposedly a lot of single target damage. But, I mean, look at that, man.
Yeah.
So muscular.
Hana knows
So
how to do
flex.
the lifting. He definitely is getting them gains, and on and off the Rift even. Pretty impressive performance on the Viego. Got some nice resets, was involved in the team's play. And keep in mind, he was tracked for like the first 3-4 minutes of this game. It was really good vision coverage by MFT, in particular 665, but it didn't matter. They couldn't stop what he was doing, and the Viego pop-off continued, and that Viego made it all the way through the draft. Really big surprise that was the case.
They knew it was coming, and they still
Yeah.
let it through. They didn't throw any priority, but this is the, sort of a warm-up game for DCG's week, because tomorrow they have CFO, and then the next day they've got Frank Esports. And Frank Esports in their current form, yes, they at the very end, but against DCG, I think this is a very favorable matchup for Frank Esports, and that will be a very difficult task. Not to mention that, CFO, they are the finalists from Spring Split.
Yeah, and I think they're starting to look like it, right? I mean, the team's paradigm has shifted a little bit because Shun is not the starter anymore. You have Atlan back in the roster, but the team has definitely found its footing after maybe a little bit of a rough start in week number 1. I think Deep Cross, a lot to like for this team, even though they weren't really up against the stiffest of competition. But let's take a look back. Let's take a stroll down memory lane, if you will, to see how everything went down. CFO did start the day with win over Impunity. Beyond Gaming and PSG Talon both found wins over their winless competition, and J-Team beat Frank Esports at the finish line. What a close game, or rather, what an almost Frank Esports win. And of course, we just saw Deep Cross beating MFT. So, our favored, air quotes, favored teams were the ones that all took the victories today. But I do think there is quite a shakeup right there in the 3rd to maybe 5th, 6th place spot in the standing. And speaking of, why don't we go ahead and load up our standings to see how things stand after 4 games to play for everybody. So far undefeated, Megabank Beyond Gaming and Taipei J-Team, but it was very, very close for the ladder there. Joining them just under will be CTBC Flying Oyster and PSG Talon at 3-1 apiece. Deep Cross, Frank Esports, both 2-2. Impunity, MFT, 1-3. And still in the hunt for their first win is Duish Team and Sem9.
Yeah, and this top 5 list, definitely very competitive. I would say Impunity should eventually make a push into that area as well, but as it stands now, they've got a lot to try and fix up. ICU, I hate to harp on him because he feels like he was a strong point for Hurricane, but not pulling quite his own weight here. But matches tomorrow, and the aforementioned DCG CTBC Flying Oyster sitting dead center of the schedule.
Absolutely. It'll be a J-Team Universe Rumble between Deep Cross and Flying Oyster. See who comes out on top in that one. Certainly going to keep an eye on that, as we also will have J-Team taking on MFT. PSG Talon will also be right after that up against Duish. I think Impunity versus Sem9, good chance for Impunity to try and bounce back for Sem9. Maybe some chances to find those weaknesses Impunity showed and get their first win of the year, I should say.
Yeah.
And we'll close out with Megabank Beyond Gaming and Frank Esports, another tough competitor for Frank to face, but I do think that they have shown a lot of strength and there's always opportunity. So none of those games really will be too set in stone. I'm excited to see it. And, well, it's been one heck of a day, and I hope that we get even better tomorrow. Mr. Nightstar, it has been a pleasure as always. And of course, for all of the viewers out there, thank you so much for watching today. Frank, any parting words, any words of wisdom after everything we just witnessed?
Pick some damage in your composition.
Very true. I think that is something that's going to be a surefire way for victory for a lot of our teams. But as we are seeing this, hopefully last week, patch 12.11, before we move ourselves on to patch 12.12 and the Velvet shenanigans, well, we'll see how it all goes. But that's it for us today. Thanks all everybody for watching. We will see you tomorrow. In the meantime, be good to each other.